Today we continue our reading, the second part of Stalker by Lars Kepler. Lars Kepler is a Swedish author who is actually two authors, the husband and wife team, Alexander and Alexandra Holko. They published their first novel as Lars Kepler, the Hypnotist, in 2009. They chose the pseudonym Lars Kepler as a tribute to Stieg Larsson, the creator of the Girl with the Dragon tattoo series, and the German scientist Johanna Kepler. Both the Andorils were established writers before they embarked on the Lars Kepler books. Alexander was born in Uplands, was by Stockholm in 1967. He wrote his first published piece when he was 22 years old. It was a love story called the Den Agda Vinan. Since then, he has written 9 novels, screenplays, stage plays, and radio scripts. The best known of his works, aside from the Lars Kepler books, is The Director, 2006, which is a novel about Ingmar Bergman. Now we listen the second part of Stalker. Part 1. Linda's cheeks turn red as she looks at the symbol drawn in the grid in front of Joona's feet. The stylished Scythe has already begun to be erased by the wind. She says nothing, but her forehead is shiny with sweat. Sorry, but I am expecting a phone call, Joona says, and stands up with the help of his stick. Margot watches him limp off toward the step of the Nora Latin School and pull out his mobile. She understands that he is left them alone to give her a chance to create a more intimate atmosphere between her and Linda Bergman. Linda's, she says, I am going to find out what all this is about sooner or later, but I would rather you told me. The young woman has dark grey sweat marks under her arms now as she slowly brushes the hair from her face. It is just a bit personal, she says, licking her lips again. I appreciate that. They call it saturnalia, Linda says, looking down at the ground. Is that some sort of role play? Margot asks gently. No, it is an orgy, Linda replies as steadily as she can. Group sex? Yes, although group sex sounds like, I don't know, it is not like some sort of fragile old swingers club. She smiles, embarrassed. You seem to know that. What you are talking about, Margot goes on. I went with Maria a few times, she replies, shaking her head almost imperceptibly. I am single. It was nothing funny. You didn't have to sleep with everyone just because you were there. But isn't that the point? I don't have any regrets about trying it, but it is not exactly something I am proud of either. Tell me about the saturnalis, Margot asks quietly. I don't know what to say, Linda says, crossing her legs. I was carried along my Maria's, I don't know, completely open attitude about sex. Well, I thought I was anyway. Were you in love with her? I did it for my own sake, Linda said, without answering the question, to try something new. No obligation, to just let go and allow it to mean nothing but sex. I can understand that. Margot smiles gently. The first time, Linda says, giving Margot a dark look. Your whole body just shakes. You think, I can't be doing this. Several men at the same time, and there are lots of drugs, and you have sex with other girls, and it goes on for hours. It is mad. She looks over toward Joona and brushes the sweat from her top lip with her forefinger. But you stopped going, Margot says. I am not like Maria. I wanted to be with her, and I tried doing it her way, and after a while I felt different and brave and everything. But after the third time, I started to think a whole lot of things. It wasn't like I regretted it, more like, okay, why am I doing this? I don't have to feel ashamed. I am allowed to do it. But why? That is a good question. It was my decision to go, but it sort of wasn't on my terms. I think I felt a bit exploited in spite of all that. Was that why you stopped? Linda rubbed the end of her nose and says quietly, I would had enough when it turned out that someone had filmed one of the satanalis. You are not stopped to do that. No mobiles. Maria called and told me she was really angry, but it just made me worried. I felt like I was going to be sick. The film clip was on a porn site for amateur films. It was shaky and dark, but I could still see myself, and that wasn't exactly a great feeling, I can tell you. A few drops from the fountain reach them, and Linda turns away from the hazy sphere and shakes her head. I can't believe she is dead, she whispers. The satanalis, how are they arranged? It is two guys from Ostermalm, Philip and someone called Eugene. It probably started out as them having parties where there was a lot of cocaine and ecstasy, and then there was spice, monkey, dust, Spanish fly, and all the rest of it. And now it is been going on for at least 2 or 3 years. There are maybe a couple of satanalis every month, exclusive invite only. Always on Saturdays. You know where the English word Saturday comes from, Linda replies, looking her in the eye. Margot nods, and Linda kicks at the ground again. I would just like to say that I never took any drug, she says. Good for you, Margot says neutrally. I drank too much champagne instead, she smiles. Where do they take place? When I was involved, they had a suite at the Berger-Jarl Hotel. All I remember is really weird psychedelic rooms. Tell me about the stud Maria had in her tongue. Philip and Eugene gave stud to all the girls who belonged to the inner circle. Did Maria want to leave as well? Do you know? I don't think so. Well, she falls silent and gathers her hair over one shoulder. What were you going to say? Just that Philip fell in love with her. He wanted to see her on her own, didn't want her sleeping with other men. She just laughed. That was what she was like, Maria. For Margot pulls out a photograph of Susanna Kern. Do you recognize this woman? Take a good look. Linda looks at Susanna Kern's smiling face, her warm, light brown eyes and glossy hair, and shakes her head. No, she replies. Was she at the satanalis? I don't recognize her, Linda says, getting to her feet. Margot remains seated on the bench, thinking that they still haven't found a connection between the victims. They are dealing with a serial killer who stalks his victims, but they have no idea where he finds them or how he chose them. Part 2. Madeline Federer is walking with her mother along a path that cuts diagonally across. After school, she went with her to play in St. Jacob's Church. Jackie takes all the extra work she can get as an organist so that they can manage financially. Now, Madeline is walking along next to her mother, walking and keeping an eye on the path even though she knows that her mom doesn't need help. Her mother walks with one foot smudging the edge of the grass, so she can feel the plants against her leg and at the same time listen to the stick tapping the path. A compressor starts to rumble outside the Royal Library and powerful drills begin digging at the asphalt and rapid metallic thuds. The noise means that her mother loses her bearings and Madeline takes hold of her arm. They pass the playground with the spiral slide she used to love when she was younger. It smelled so good of plastic and warm sand. When they reach the street, her mother thanks her for her help and they carry on toward the pedestrian crossing. Madeline can hear how the tapping of the stick against the stone pavement sound harder than it did on the tarmac, but she can't tell how it sounds. When they pass a pole close to the edge of the road, it is just a momentary gap in the noise of the cars. Her mother explains and stops. As usual, she puts the tip of her stick over the edge of the pavement so that she will be prepared for the change in height when the cars stop and the ticking sound from the traffic light speed up. They cross and walk along in front of a large yellow building when her mother turns toward an open garage door and clicks her tongue. A lot of people with visual impairments do this to listen to the echo and identify potential hazards. Once they are home, Jackie closes the door, locks it and engages the security chain. Madeline hangs up her coat and watches her mom go into the living room without switching the light on and put her music scores on the table. Madeline goes to her room, says hello to Hoagie, and just has time to change into some home clothes before she hears her mother's voice. Muddy, she calls from her bedroom. When Madeline enters the brightly lit room, she sees her mother standing in just her underwear, trying to close the curtain in front of the window. Just outside the window, a pink child's bicycle is lying on the grass. The curtain has got caught in the door of the wardrobe, and her mother runs her fingers down the fabric and manages to pull it free before she turns round. Did you turn the light on in here? She asks. No, I mean this morning. I don't think so, she replies. You need to make sure we don't leave any lights on when we go out. Sorry, she says, although she really doesn't think she had done so. Her mom reaches for the blue dressing gown on the bed, her hands fumbling and locating it up near the pillow. Maybe Hoagie got scared of the dark and came in and turned the light on. Maybe, she says. Her mom turns the flimsy dressing gown the right way round, put it on, then kneels down and cups Madeline's face with both her hands. Are you the prettiest girl in the world? You are. Just you are. Haven't you got any pupils today, Mom? Only Erik. Aren't you going to put some clothes on? Thanks for the suggestion, she says, racking the silk gown round her body. Put the silvery skirt on. That is nice. You will have to help me find something. Her mother has a color reader, but always asks Madeline if her clothes look bright and right, if the colors match. Shall I go and get the post? Bring it to the kitchen. Madeline walks through the hall and can smell damp earth and stinging nettles as she picks the post up from the floor in front of the door. Her mother is already sitting at the kitchen table when she comes in and stops next to her. Are there any love letters? Jackie asks, like she always does. There is an advert from an estate agent. Throw it away. Throw all the adverts away. Anything else? A reminder about the phone bill. Nice. And a letter from my school. What do they have to say? Jackie says. Madeline opened the envelope and read out the letter, which has been sent to all parents. Someone has been writing rude words on the wall of the corridor and in the toilets. The head teacher asked parent and guardian to talk to their children about the matters and tell them how much it costs to clean up. Money which reduced the amount available for refurbishment of the playground. Do you know who is doing it? Her mother asked. No, but I have seen the graffiti. It is really stupid, really childish. Her mother gets up and starts to take cherry tomatoes, cream, freak and asparagus out of the fridge. I like Erik, Madeline says, even though he calls the keys bits. Her mom asks, filling the large saucepan with water for pasta. He said he played like a broken robot. Madeline giggles, which is absolutely true. Madeline can't help smiling and sees her mom smile as she switches the hot plate on. A handsome little robot, Madeline goes on. Can't I keep him? My very own little robot. He could sleep in the doll's cot. Is he really handsome? I don't know, she replies, thinking of his kind face. I think so. He looks a bit like one of those actors everyone keeps going on about. Her mother shakes her head but looks happy as she adds some salt to the water. Part 3. Erik feels pleased with himself that he can play all the way to the 18th bar with his right hand, even if his left hand can only manage 6. Jackie smiles to herself for a few seconds but decides not to give him any praise and asks instead if he is been practicing the way she told him to. As often as I have been able to, he assures her. Can I hear? I have been practicing, but it doesn't sound right. There is nothing bad about making mistake, Jackie points out. But you won't want me to a pupil if I play too badly. Erik, there is no danger of. And I really love being here, he goes on. That is nice to hear, but if you are going to learn how to play, you are go to. Jackie tails off in the middle of the sentence and blushes before raising her chin again. Are you flirting with me? She asks with a skeptical smile. Am I? He laughs. Okay, she says seriously. I will try playing the piece I practiced if you promise not to laugh. What will happen if I laugh? She asks. That will just prove that you have got a sense of humor. She smiles broadly just as Madeline comes in, dressed in her nightie and a pair of slippers. Good night, Erik, she says. He smiles. Good night, Madeline. Jackie gets up and follows her daughter to her bedroom. Erik watches them go and has just put his left hand on the keys when he sees that Madeline has forgot her stiffed headcock on the armchair. He picks it up and goes after them, turning right into the corridor. The door of the girls' room is open and the light is on. He can see Madeline's back and Jackie turning back the covers. "Muddy," he says, opening the door. "You forgot." He gets no further before the door slams into his face and bounces back. Madeline is screaming hysterically and slams the door again. Erik tumbles backward into the wall of the corridor and puts his hand to his nose as the blood starts to flow. Madeline is still screaming in her room and he hears something fall to the floor and break. He goes into the bathroom, puts the headcock down, squeezes his nose and hears the girl calm down. After a while, Jackie emerges into the hall and knocks softly on the bathroom door. "Are you okay? I don't understand." "What?" "Tell her I am sorry." Erik interrupts. "I forgot the sign. I just wanted to give her headcock back. She was asking where it was." "It is on the cabinet in here," Erik says, opening the door. "I didn't want to get blood on it." "Are you bleeding?" "Not really, just a slight nosebleed." Jackie takes the headcock and goes back to her daughter while Erik rinses his face. He returns to the piano as Jackie comes out again. "Sorry," she says, holding her hand out. "I don't understand what got into her. She is wonderful." Erik says. Jackie nods. "Yes, she really is. My son is 18 and he still never managed to switch the dishwasher on. But now he is living with his mother and she is a bit tougher than me." They fall silent. Jackie is standing in the middle of the room. She can smell Erik, a smell of clean clothes and warm wood from his aftershave. Her face is sombre as she wraps her knitted cardigan more tightly around her, as if she were cold. "Would you like a glass of wine?" she asked. Part 4. Erik and Jackie are sitting opposite each other at the kitchen table. She's got out wine, glasses and bread. "Do you always wear dark glasses?" he asked. "My eyes are light sensitive. I can't see anything, but they can hurt a lot," she says. "It is almost completely dark in here," he says. "Only the little lamp behind the curtain is switched on." "Do you want to see my eyes?" "Yes," he confesses. She takes a small bite of bread and chews slowly, as if she were thinking about it. "Have you always been blind?" he asks. "I had retinitis pigmentosa when I was born. I could see fairly well for the first few years, but I was completely blind by the time I was 5. "You didn't get any treatment?" "Just vitamin A." But she falls silent, then takes off her dark glasses. Her eyes are the same sad, bright blue as her daughter's. "You have beautiful eyes," he says quietly. It feels strange that they aren't staring at each other, even though he is looking into her eyes. She smiles and almost closes her eyes. "Can you get scared of the dark if you are blind?" he asks. "In the dark, the blind man is king," she says, as if she were reciting a quotation. "But you get scared of hurting yourself, of getting lost." "I can understand that, and earlier today I got it into my head that someone was looking at me through my bedroom window, she says with a short laugh. Really? You know, windows are strange things. For blind people, a window is just like a wall, a cool, smooth wall. I mean, I know you can see straight through a window like it wasn't there. So I have learned to close the curtains, but at the same time, you don't always know. I am looking at you now, obviously, but I mean, does it feel uncomfortable to have someone watching you? It is not without its challenges, she says with a brief smile. You don't live with Mandolin father? Maddie's father was. It wasn't good. In what way? Erik asked. He was damaged. I found out later that he would try to get psychiatric help, but was turned down. That is a shame, Erik says. It was for us. She shakes her head and takes a sip of wine, wipes a drop from her lip and put the glass back on the table. There are different ways of being blind, she goes on. He was my professor at music college and I didn't realize how unwell he was until I got pregnant. He started saying it wasn't his child, called me all sort of horrible things, wanted to force me to have an abortion, said he fantasized about pushing me in front of an underground train. You should have reported him. Yes, but I didn't bear to. What happened? One day I put Maddie in her pushchair and walked to my sister's in Uppsala. You walked there? I was just glad it was over, Jackie says. But for Maddie, obviously it is impossible for anyone to know how much long a child can live with, how much fantasizing and magical thing a child can manage to explain why her dad never gets in touch. All these absent fathers. When Maddie was almost 4 and was able to answer the phone, she picked up once when he called. She was delighted, said he's promised to come on her birthday and bring a puppy, and her lips begin to tremble and she falls silent. Erik pours them both some more wine and puts her hand to the glass, feeling her warmth. But you are not an absent father, she says. No, I am not. But when Benjamin was small, I had a problem with prescription drugs. Things got pretty bad, he replies honestly. And his mother, someone, and I were married for almost 20 years. Why did you split up? She met a Danish architect. I don't blame her. I actually like John and I am genuinely happy for her. I don't believe that, she smiles. He laughs. Sometimes you just have to pretend you are grown up and do what you are supposed to. Say the things that grown ups say. He thinks about Simon and their backward ceremony where they gave their rings back to each other, retracted their vows, and then at the party afterward had a divorce cake and a last dance. Have you met anyone else? Jackie asked quietly. I have had a few relationships since the divorce, he admits. I met a woman at the gym. And you go to the gym? You should see my muscles, he jokes. Who was she? Maria. Nothing came of it. She was probably a bit too advanced for me. But you have never slept with your professor? No, Erik laughs. Almost, though I did end up in bed with a colleague of mine. Oops, no, it was okay actually. We were drunk. I was divorced and abandoned. She and her husband were taking a break. It wasn't a big deal. Nellie's wonderful. but I wouldn't want to live with her. What about patients? Occasionally, you find them attractive. Erik says honestly, that is unavoidable. It is an extremely intimate situation, but attraction and seduction are merely a way for the patient to avoid thinking about anything painful. He thinks of how Sandra used to stop in the middle of a sentence and feel her beautiful, intelligent face with her fingertips as tears welled up in her forest green eyes. She wanted him to hold her, and when he did, she dissolves in his arms as though they were making love. He doesn't know if it was premeditated, but he still asked Nellie to take her on instead. Sandra had already met her, and it seemed like a natural solution. So, who are you seeing at the moment? Jackie says. Erik looks at her smile, the shape of her face in the soft light, her dark, short hair and white neck. Rocky curled out, suddenly feels a very long way away, and he can't understand how he managed to get so worried. I don't know how serious it is, but, well, we have only met a few times, he says, but I feel happy whenever I am with her. That is good, Jackie mumbles and blushes. She picks up another piece of bread. When I am with her, I never want to go home, and I already like her daughter, and I am also learning to play the piano like a robot, he says, and puts his hand on hers. I have got soft hands, she says, with a big smile. He strokes her hands, wrists and lower arms, slides his fingers up to her face, following her skin. He leans forward and kisses her gently on the mouth several times. He looks at her heavy eyelids, her chin, her long neck. She smiles as she waits to be kissed again, and they kiss, open their mouths, and feel each other's tongue, tentatively breathing tremendously. When the doorbell suddenly rings, they both start and sit perfectly still, trying to breathe quietly. The bell rings again. Jackie hurries to stand up, and Erik does the same. But when she opens the door, there is no one there. The stairwell is completely dark. Mummy, Madeline called from her room. Mummy. Jackie reaches out her hand and touches Erik's face. You should probably go now, she whispers. Part 5. An old woman with a plastic bag wrapped over her clothes casts an anxious glance at Joona Linna as he wobbles unsteadily beside her in the queue of homeless people. He tried to get some rest on the green line of the underground, but met a Roma man who offered him somewhere to sleep. He's been lying on the floor of a caravan out in Hudding, wrapped in a blanket, with his eyes closed, waiting for sleep, but his thoughts won't leave him alone. He hasn't eaten or slept since Lumi left. He gave her all his money, keeping only enough to cover the journey to see Nils Island. Lack of sleep means that his migraines are coming more and more frequently. The pain is like a burning needle behind one eye, and his hips is getting even worse. An Iranian man with friendly eyes is patiently pouring coffee for the hungry and giving them sandwiches. Most of the people here have probably been sleeping in the central station or in the nearby multi-story car park. Joona no longer feels hungry. It is only there as a weight that makes his legs weak. When he is handed his coffee and sandwich, he feels like he is going to faint. He moves to one side, unwraps the bread, takes a bite and swallows it, but his stomach starts to cramp, trying to reject the food. He puts his hand over his mouth and turns his back on the others. Dizziness forces him to his knees. He spills his coffee on the ground. Take another bite. Coughs and spits it out and feels sweat break out on his forehead. How are you doing? The Iranian man says, having seen what happened. I haven't got round to eat anything for a while, he replies. A busy man. The Iranian smiles gently. Yes, Joona says, coughing again. Just let me know if you need help. Thanks, but I am fine, Joona mutters, then picks up his stick and limps away. At 1 o'clock, the soup kitchen in St. Clara Church opens. The man calls after him. Come along, you could do with sitting down and getting warm. Joona crosses the bridge toward the city hall, feeds the sandwich to the swans, and walks with a heavy step up the long slope of Handver-Kurgarten. He stops and rests for a while outside Kungsholmen Gymnasium School, fingering the little stone in his pocket, and then carries on toward the fire station before turning off into Kronoberg Park. The foliage high above is drenched in sunlight, but the grass beneath the trees is shady, a soft moss green. Joona walks slowly up the hill, leaning on his stick, loosens the wire inside the railings, opens the gate and enters the old Jewish cemetery. I am sorry I look the way I do, he says, putting the stone down on Samuel Mendel's family grave. Joona pushes a sweet wrapper away with his stick and tells his former partner that Jurek Walter is dead at last. Then he stands in silence, listening to the wind through the trees and the sound of the children in the nearby playground. I have seen the evidence, he whispers, patting the headstone before he leaves. Margot Silverman has asked Joona to attend an unofficial meeting today. She is probably just trying to be nice to him, letting him play at being a detective for a while. On his way down towards Flemington, Joona thinks about the Erik Maria Carlson attendant. Satanalis, carnivals, drunken beings. They have always been part of human life. Every breath takes us closer to death, and we console ourselves with work and routine. But every so often we have to turn our regulated lives upside down, if only to prove to ourselves that we are free. Maria Carlson had evidently been planning to attend a Saturnalia the day she was murdered. It is impossible to say if she orgies are the link between the victim, but on her calendar, Susanna Kern had circled the same July Saturday that Maria Carlson had booked for an orgy. Childhood friend Philip Kronstedt and Eugene Castle are joint owners of the company Croca Communication Limited, which had a turnover of 95 million euros last year. Even though they are both registered as living abroad, it is very obvious that they spend most of their time in Sweden. Neither of them has visited the office on Sibyl-Gatan in the past 6 months, and they haven't attended a board meeting in a very long time. The managing director has been in touch with Eugene, most recently just last week, but he hasn't heard from Philip since the start of the year. Linda Bergman said she was still in contact with Maria Carlson when Philip suddenly withdrew from the Chathen-bhagat. But the orgies went on, attended by both Maria and Eugene. There seemed to be a number of regular participants who attend every time, while a limited number of new people are invited along for a trial, according to Linda. Pass cards for the hotel suite double as entrance tickets. The investigative team have little expectation of finding Philip at the hotel, but they are relatively confident that Eugene will be there. According to Maria Carlson's Filofax, there is an orgy planned for next Saturday and another one in the 3 weeks' time. These two dates may be their only hope of finding Eugene and tracing Philip. Part 6. Adam, Margot and Joona are sitting at a table in the new part of the Doors bar. A football match is playing on the television. Margot is eating a large hamburger and drinking water. Adam and Joona are both drinking black coffee. Philip doesn't seem to have left Sweden, Adam says, arranging some printouts on the table. He is here, but he is not registered as living here, and he doesn't appear to have been in any of the homes owned by the company. Philip Cronsted's face look up at them from the table. The photograph shows a man in his 40s with back-combed blonde hair and pale eyebrows. He looks like a friendly, considerate banker. His furrowed brow and the set of his cheek and chin suggest hard living, but that only makes him look more sympathetic. I don't know if I believe that he killed Maria Carlson, Adam adds, pointing a finger at the picture. It doesn't make sense. I mean, he hasn't got a history of violence. He's got no criminal record. He's never even been suspected of anything. And there is no mention of him in social service records. He can afford good lawyers, Margot says. Yes, but even so, Adam says, a woman is dragging a 50-liter barrel of beer across the floor. A family with 3 young girls walk past the scratched window overlooking Telegaten. All we know is that Philip Cronstedt started to get jealous of Maria, Margot says, and put some French fries on her mouth. He wanted her to stop going to the Chathen-bhagat, but she kept going, and now she is dead, and that stud in her tongue is missing. Yes, but I am thinking, she goes on, I am thinking that he became obsessed with Maria Carlson, stood on the sideline watching her at the orgies. So far, so good. But is he a serial killer or a spree killer? Adam says, we have only got 2 murders, and that is not actually enough to. But we are hunting a serial killer. She interrupts. That doesn't really matter, Joona says quietly. But Margot's right, because he shuts his eyes as his migraine flares up behind his eye, and he raises his hand slowly to his head. While the pain subsides, he sits absolutely still and tries to remember what he was going to say about spree killers. The term refers to a murderer who has killed at least 2 people in different places, with barely any time between them. A spree killer doesn't have the serial killer's lifelong sexualized attitude towards the dramaturgy of murder, but commits his murders as a direct response to a crisis. Okay, Adam says after a while, it is still too early to say anything about Philip. Margot says with her mouth full, it could be him. I think that is a possibility, but in that case, the Ogis form part of his fantasy about killing, Joona says, opening his eyes. We will carry on with that we have got, Margot declares. This evening is the only time we know where Eugene Castle is going to be. And if anyone can tell us where Philip is, it is Castle. Mind you, we can't just storm into a private orgy, Adam says with a grin. Only one of us need to go in, find Eugene and talk to him, nice and calmly, for Margot says, then take a large bite of her hamburger. You can't work out in the field, seeing as you are pregnant, Adam says. Does it show? She asks as she chews. Okay, what the hell, I will do it, Adam says. This isn't a raid, Margot says. There is no obvious treat. We will call it a meeting with an anonymous informant. Then we don't need to run it past management beforehand. Adam sighs and leans back. So now I have to go in among a load of. He falls silent, stares into space with glazed eyes and shakes his head. Obviously, it is a bit tricky approaching people in a situation like that. But what can we do? Margot says. I don't get it. What sort of people would want to go to an orgy? I don't know. I haven't had group sex for at least 10 years, Margot says, dipping some fries in ketchup. Adam stares at her open-mouthed as she chews. A slight smile on her face. She wipes her fingers on a napkin and then looks up at him. I was joking, she says with a grin. I am a nice girl, I promise, but I was actually involved in a raid on a swingers club when I worked in Helsingborg. As I recall, it was mostly just men in their 60s with big bellies and skinny legs. Enough, Adam said, slumping down in his chair. I will give your wife a call tomorrow and ask what time you got home, just so you know. Fine, Adam sighs, then grins. Think of it as a job. Nothing more, Joona says. The other people are irrelevant. You just go straight in and talk to Eugene. Get him to tell you where Philip is and arrest him as soon as you are sure you have got the information. Arrest him to stop him. Warning Philip, Joona says, looking Adam in the eye. If you find out anything about Philip, Margot says, then we call you. Adam fills in. No, I will be asleep, she says, and put the last of the food in her mouth. If you find out anything, hand it over to the rapid response unit. The two men remain seated at the table after Margot has left the pub. A few elderly patrons get up from their table and go outside to smoke. Where are you staying? Adam asks, looking at Joona. There is a campsite on the outskirts of Heading. The Roma? Joona doesn't reply, takes a sip of coffee and looks out of the window. I have looked you up, Adam says. I saw that. The year before you were injured, you taught the Special Operation Unit in military Krav Maga. Sorry, but looking at you now, it is hard to believe you were a paratrooper. Joona looks at his own hand and thinks that what he liked most was jumping from a great height, plummeting down into a terrible storm. Have you ever been to Leeuwarden? He asked Adam. Joona was the only Swede to be sent to the Netherlands to be trained in unconventional close combat and guerrilla warfare. That was at a base north of Leeuwarden. He used to go for long runs along the sandy beaches of the Wadden Sea when the tide had gone out. Part 7. The psychedelic room at the Burger Jar Hotel that Linda Bergman described is actually known as the retro room and can be looked just like any other room. The hotel underwent a complete renovation at the turn of the millennium. All the rooms were gutted and the decor completely changed. Once the workman had left, he turned out that room 247 had been forgotten. The room had somehow been ignored during every refurbishment since the hotel was built in 1974. It is still intact, like a small time capsule from a bygone age. In 2013, a murder was committed at the hotel after a sofa in room 247 was changed. Naturally, everyone claims that there was no connection between the two events, but now the staff refused to make any adjustment to the layout of the room. Adam has been sitting in his car in front of the old electricity work for 5 hours, watching the entrance to the hotel. Joona has been standing outside, wrapped in his blanket, holding out a cup with some coins in it. 35 guests have gone in during that time, but no Eugene. Further down the street, a grey-haired waiter is squatting down outside an Italian restaurant smoking. When the church bells slowly strike 11 o'clock, Joona jumps over to the car. You would better go in, he says to Adam. Can't you come with me? I will wait here, Joona says. Adam drums his thumbs on the steering wheel. Okay, he says, and rubs his chin a few times. Take it easy in there, Joona says. Just because you are there doesn't make them criminals. You are likely to see quite a lot of drugs, but ignore that. You should intervene only if you see signs of forced sexual activity or if there is anyone underage. Adam nods and feels his stomach flutter as he gets out of the car and walks into the hotel. The softly curved reception desk is empty except for a man talking on the phone. Adam goes over to the desk, shows his ID, is given a pass card and continued toward the lift. The retro room is at the end of the corridor, and on the door handle is a floppy plastic sign saying "Do not disturb." Adam hesitates, then lowers the zip of his black leather jacket. His white t-shirt is tucked inside his black jeans, and his sing-sawyer is in a holster beneath his left armpit. All he has to do is go in, nice and calmly. He tells himself, find Eugene, take him to one side and ask his questions. Adam clears his throat and runs the card through the reader. The clock clicks and a little green light comes on. He opened the door, walked into a dark hallway and shut the door behind him. He can hear music and a muffled voice and a bed creaking. The light is weak, but it is in completely dark. He looks around. He is in a small lobby where people have left their clothes. A woman with a boyish blunt haircut comes out of the bathroom and blinks at him in the darkness. She is wearing nothing but a pair of skimpy black silk panties, and she is so beautiful that his heart starts to beat faster. She's got trace of white powder stuck in the lip gloss at one corner of the mouth. She looks at Adam with big black pupils surrounded by a narrow ring of ice blue. She moistens her lips and says something that he doesn't hear before going back into the bedroom. He follows her, unable to stop himself staring at her naked, glistening back. Inside the dimly lit room, there is a sweet, smoky smell. Adam stops and looks over at the bed, then looks away again immediately. He shuffles sideways along the wall, passing a naked man with a glass of champagne in his hand, then stops. No one has reacted to his presence. A woman pushes past, her eyes focused on the floor. The wallpaper is pink and wavy. The carpet brown with a starburst pattern. There are no lamps on, but the light of the city outside reaches around the curtain, spreading across the ceiling. The whole room is heavy with the smell of excited people. Wherever Adam looks, he can see glistening genitals, open mouth, breasts, tongues, buttocks. Apart from the music, there is very little sound. The people having sex are concentrating on that, intent on their own or their partner's pleasure. Others are resting, watching the orgy with a hand between their legs. His pulse thuds in his ears, and he can feel himself blushing. He needs to try to find Eugene. Adam passes a beautiful woman in her 30s. He can't help looking at her. She is wearing a batik blouse and is sitting on the desk with her eyes closed. Her exposed crotch looks like it is been powdered. It resembles polished marble with a line drawn on its pink chalk. None of it is as desperate or grubby as he had imagined. It is more introverted, more self-aware. Adam carries on round the bed, wondering if this is all simply part of these people's trendy lifestyle. He is the same age as most of the people there, but he is only there to do his job and then go home to his wife in Hagerstown, no doubt to remember what he has been forever. He knows already that he won't be able to talk to her about it. Not seriously. He will end up joking about it or turning it into something disgusted. He looks at the people around him and thinks that he will be able to tell himself that they are spoiling, that he feels sorry for them, but that isn't true. Not right then. A pang of envy runs through him. Part 8. Adam carries on through the open sliding door to the next room. The wallpaper is darker here with big bold patterns like pale green crystals. The music is louder. Two naked men have put an orange plastic armchair on top of the bed. A woman with straight black hair is sitting on the chair, laughing at the others rock the armchair on the mattress. More men join in. Someone grab hold of her feet and start to laugh louder. The woman with the boyish haircut is kneeling in front of a glass-topped table, dabbing at the remains of some white powder and rubbing her finger on her gums. He steps aside and almost stands on a large tube of lubricant lying on the floor. Dust and strands of hair have stuck to the goo that is spilled out. In the window are 10 glasses full of champagne. Drops of condensation are running down the stems and forming small puddles on the marble sill. Further into the room, Adam reaches a windowless passageway containing wardrobes and a suitcase rack. The bathroom door is half open. A naked woman is sitting slumped on the lid of the toilet, her stomach folded and one arm tensed. "Are you all right?" Adam asks softly. She lifts her head and looks at him. Her eyes are dark and moist, and he gets a strong feeling that he ought to leave the hotel. The woman in front of him leans her shoulder against the wall, then slides down onto the floor and rests her cheek on the carpet. The woman with the boyish haircut comes over to Adam. Her neck looks flushed and she leans into him, pressing her forehead to his chest, then looks up at him with a smile. He picks her up, pushes her back against the wall, and slides inside. Angst and lust spin through him. He groans and sees her mouth open and satin sparkles on her tongue. Two women come into the passageway and watch them for a while before they carry on. The woman with the dildo has got to her feet. She is standing behind him and her hands are suddenly under his t-shirt, caressing his waist and back. He tries to pull away and doesn't know if she has felt his gun, but she suddenly stops, moves away from him, mutters something and lurches into the bedroom. Adam knows his cover may have been blown, but he can't stop now. The woman says something to his neck and he can smell a raspberry aroma from her mouth. She is trying to get him to slow down, puts her hand on his chest, but he moved her hand away and pushes her hard against the wall. Part 9. When Adam enters the third room, he immediately catches sight of Eugene Castle. He is wearing a black top hat, but nothing else. 5 people are having sex with each other on the large bed. The shade of a table lamp is hanging askew and shaking in time with the movement of the bed. Eugene is on his knees behind a woman on all fours. Her pearl necklace is swinging between her breasts. The woman with the strap-on dildo comes staggering into the room after Adam. He watches her sit down on the edge of the bed, almost fall, then sit up again. Another woman takes hold of the dildo, says something and laughs. She replies, then cuffs into her elbow. "What did you say?" She smiles. "Okay." She repeats and cuffs again. Eugene hears her word and stops. Sit down on the bed and put an arm on the woman's backside, and then turns to look at Adam. "This is a private party," he says with a look of disappointment. "Is there somewhere we can talk to private?" Adam says, showing his police ID. "Leave your card and I will get my lawyer to call you on Monday," Eugene says and gets up from the bed. Eugene is almost 40 years old, probably the oldest person in the suite of rooms. His naked, hairless body is in good shape, despite his protruding stomach. His erection has subsided. Beneath the rim of his hat, a gold ring sparkles on his eyebrow, and his pupils are dilated. I need to find Philip Ronstadt, Adam says. Good luck, Eugene says and raises his hat slightly. He isn't here, but I can give you a clue. Follow the white rabbit. Listen, Adam says. We can leave the hotel nice and quietly, but if I have to, I will put handcuffs on you in here and drag you all the way to the car. A woman with shimmering white skin and reddish brown hair in two plaits over her breasts enters the room and comes over to Eugene. Shall I order some food? She says, putting a joint to her lips. Still hungry? He asks flirtiously. She nods and smiles, then exhales a narrow plume of smoke and walks off toward the phone beside the bed. Okay, I am going to have to arrest you according to Chapter 24, Paragraph 7 of the Penal Code, Adam says. It is not my fault. You went to a bad school and ended up having to join the police, Eugene says sternly. The world's unfair and you know Maria Carlson, don't you? Adam butts in. I love her, he replies slowly. Give her a kiss, Adam says, pulling out a picture from the crime scene. In the sharp light of the flash, the dead woman's ravaged face, gaping mouth and broken jaw are brutally visible. Eugene whimpers, staggers backward and knocks over a table lamp, and it is brown ceramic base shatters. Part 10. Eugene Castle has put his clothes back on and Adam has called for a patrol car. They are walking down the hotel corridor together. I am really sorry. I am shocked. Just tell me what I can do. I want to help as a point of honor, but I have to speak to my lawyer first. Eugene has washed his face, but his cheeks are white and shiny with sweat. I need to find Philip, Adam says. He didn't do this, Eugene says instantly. Philip isn't at any of the usual addresses. Where is he? I know, he is not doing too well, Eugene says, scratching his forehead with his hat. Look, I am not going to spread shit about Philip, but the way things are right now, I really don't want anything to do with him. I have tried to get him to seek help, but help with what? Adam says. The lift door opens and they step aside to let a woman in. An orange trench coat. Get out before going in. He's been taking a bit too much. Eugene smiles, waving his hand towards his temple. Is he an addict? Yes, but the problem with taking too much MDPV, MDPPP, MDPBP, MDAI, it doesn't work. You just get fucking paranoid and then you get the wrong sort of high and end up feeling so bad you want to die. Does it make you aggressive? Adam asks as they step out of the lift on the ground floor. I mean, you are terrified the whole time, but sort of ultra focused at the same time. You think too quickly. Don't sleep at all. The last time I met Philip, he was completely fucking manic. Said he was on thousands of satellite pictures on Google. Kept going on about Saturn being forced to eat his own children. He couldn't stand still for a second. He kept ranting, waving this little knife around. He cut my hand and yelled that I should be grateful. And then he cut himself right across the arm. He was dripping with blood as he ran off into the underground. They pass the lobby and walk out of the doors into the Telegaten at the very moment a patrol car pulls up. Right now, I just need to know where I can find him. Adam repeat, stopping. Eugene, okay, feel like traitor. But he said they couldn't see him in the storerooms. Storerooms? He ran a load of storage over on, you know, that self-storage place. I think he's got more than half of the storerooms there. Two uniformed officers come over and say hello to Adam. One of them leads Eugene to the back seat of the car while the other one listens to Adam. Take him to the custody negotiation room. Adam makes sure he doesn't call anyone. Buy us some time. Once his lawyer shows up, we won't be able to hold him. Part 11. Joona is driving fast as he ignores the red light and turns left into Odengaten. The homeless woman with two overloaded shopping trolleys is sitting asleep beside the 7-Eleven. Adam tells him how Philip has been overdosing on several different varieties of MDPV for a while. Now and then Eugene thinks he is entered a paranoid psychosis. The drug has caused a number of deaths in Sweden and was terrified to in the evening tabloids as the cannibal drug after a man who would taken it tried to eat the face of the homeless man. We haven't got much time. They won't be able to hold Eugene for long. He will be out soon and I reckon he is likely to want Philip, Adam says in a tense voice. Joona overtakes a taxi on the inside, pulls in front of it, then swerves into the ongoing lanes and turns into Venedi's wagon. The bumper thuds as he drives up onto the pavement and stops in front of the pale mocha-colored building with red garage doors. Within central Stockholm, the self-storage companies have had to make do with using existing basements so as not to change the visible appearance of the city. Huge areas of small locked rooms spread out just below the ground like old catacombs beneath cathedrals. Joona and Adam get out of the car and head over to the closed office, looking out into the little car park. In the gloom through the window, they can make out flat stacks of removal box, a reception desk and a large monitor for security cameras on the wall. I want to look at a map of the storeroom and I want to look at those cameras, Joona says. It is closed. We are going to have to go through a prosecutor, Adam replies. Joona nods, taps his stick against the edge of the pavement and thinks how it feels to sink through broken ice. It is when you warm up that you start to freeze, he thinks as he picks up a heavy curbstone and threw it through the window. There is a loud crash as the glass shatters and a red light begins to flash over to the reception desk. The alarm will have gone off at their security company, Adam says feebly. Joona pushes some loose splinters from the window frame with his stick, then goes in. Adam looks round, then follows him. There is a plan hanging on the wall, showing a grid system of wide and narrow passageway. Every storeroom is numbered and they are arranged in blocks. A list of staff code for the store is neatly pinned up alongside. Joona sits down at the computer. The passageways between the storerooms are monitored by security cameras. 25 small squares covers the screen. All the cameras are filming windowless darkness. It is night. The light have all been switched off. See if you can find a list of customers, Adam says. Joona minimizes the security cameras. tries to open various programs but can't get anywhere. Everything apart from the cameras require a password. He quickly returns to the cameras and enlarges the first square and stares at the grey-black stillness like a black square of linen. Then the next one, the camera is filming nothing but darkness. Adam shuffles nervously behind him. He looks at the plan on the wall. Everything is quiet, sunk in darkness. The third camera is pointed toward an emergency exit. A green sign above the door casts an algae-like glow across the flecked cement floor and corrugated metal walls. There is some rubbish outside one of the storerooms, and the underwater lightning from the emergency exit illuminates an abandoned barrow. Joona glances at the plan on the wall and locates the emergency exit and walks out where the camera is mounted. Everything is still quiet. A numbing feeling of exhaustion washes over him like a wave, forcing him to close his eyes for a couple of seconds. The darkness on the computer screen is monotonous. Some of the cameras register light from coded logs, but nothing else. Dark, Adam says. Yes, Joona says, enlarging the 14th square. He is just about to close it when there is a flicker in the bottom corner. Hang on, he says. Adam leans forward and looks at the dark image. There is nothing in sight. Everything is still. But then the little light in the corner flashes again. What was that? Adam whispers, leaning closer to the screen. The little light flashes again. It is faint and only manages to light up a small area of floor, revealing the pattern of the cement. Joona clicks to enlarge the next camera image, then the next, and wait a while, but they show nothing but blackness. He looks at the overview with all 25 cameras at the same time. Number 14 flickers again, but the other remain lifeless. The source of the light ought to be here or here, Joona says, pointing at the plan. But it is not covered by one single camera, which makes no sense. Where are we? Adam asks, looking at the plan on the wall. Camera 14 must be at the far end of corridor C, Joona says. He enlarges the image one by one, all black still, but suddenly he stops. Did you see something? Adam asks. The both stare at the static black image. That is what I mean, Joona replies. Where is the green light? This is the camera pointing at the emergency exit. Try that one, Adam says, pointing. That ought to pick up the light from the log leading to the next section. Joona quickly enlarges the image, also completely black. The door and log can't be seen at all. That can only be because there is something wrong with the camera. There seem to be an awful lot of faulty cameras down there. There is a huge area missing. Lots of cameras, he says, looking at Adam. Where? The wall of this upper area, along corridor C, D and E. There is maybe 50 storerooms, Joona says, looking back at the image from camera 14 again. The faint light flickers across the uneven floor. The remains on for a moment. He can just make out the bottom of the metal doors before the light goes off, then comes on again. That light is an emergency signal, Joona says, getting up from the chair. Security camera number 14 is registering fragments of an emergency signal further along the corridor where the camera aren't working. Someone is flashing a light. It is the International Emergency Signal using Morse code, SOS. 3 quick flashes followed by 3 longer ones, then 3 short ones again. Part 12. The automatic garage door was shut behind them. The pain in his hip from walking down the slope make Joona break out in a sweat. His heavy pistol is swinging against his ribs, and the sound of his stick echoes in the narrow tunnel leading down to the storage area. We ought to call for backup, Adam says, drawing his zig-zag. He pulls out the magazine, checks that it is full, pushes it back in and feeds the first bullet into the chamber. There is no time, but I can go in my own, Joona says. I was thinking of telling you to wait outside. You are not a police officer anymore, and I can't take responsibility for you, Adam explains. They emerge into underground garage with metal doors leading to the storage area. Large ventilation pipes run across the ceiling. I can usually manage, Joona says, stopping in front of the door. He pulls out his large caliber pistol. It is a Colt Combat with new sign and an improved trigger coil. He is filled one side of the rosewood grip so that the gun sits snugly in his left hand. Adam walks over to the keypad to the coded lock and pulls out the list of staff codes. The little screen casts a blue light over his hand and up across the white concrete wall. Stay behind me, he whispers and opens the door. They go inside, closing the steel door carefully behind them, and start to head along a dark side passage. The monotonous grey metal walls and series of storeroom doors stretch off into the darkness. They are approaching the first wider passageway, which, according to the plan, run the entire length of the basement. They move across the cement floor almost silently. The only sound is from Adam's breathing and the faint tapping of Joona's stick. Adam is walking ahead and slow down. When he reaches the junction with the main passageway, his right shoulder rubs against the metal wall. He stops, then swings round the corner quickly with his pistol raised. There is a buzzing sound as the ceiling lights come on 10 meters away. It sounds like a large parrot climbing the bars of its cage. Adam lowers his gun and tries to breathe through his nose. The barrel of his pistol is moving slightly in time with his raised pulse. The sudden light makes Joona's migraine flare behind his eye. It is not serious, but he still has to lean against the wall for a moment before following Adam. The light in the main passageways are evidently activated by motion sensors. Joona looks up at one of the security cameras. The dark lens shimmers enigmatically. The pipes running across the ceiling click, but otherwise the basement is completely quiet. They reach a side passage and once again there is a clatter of tiny claws as a section of lighting comes on in the main walkway. They turn left, walking past rows of sealed storerooms and pass two shabby sofas as the lights go out behind them. We ought to reach his area soon, Adam whispers. Indirect light from an electronic clock somewhere headed makes the storeroom seem to bulge out into the passageway. Adam pauses to listen. There is a drumming, rattling sound somewhere. They can both hear something hard knocking against metal. Then everything falls silent again. They wait several seconds before continuing to move forward into the darkness. There is a sudden scraping sound, then a metallic noise far in the distance. Joona points up at a camera in the ceiling. The lens has been covered with duct tape. Adam stops before he reaches the next main passageway, moves his pistol to his left hand, wipes his right palm on his trousers, gives his hand a shake, then takes a firm grip of his gun. He notices that some gold glitter from the woman in the hotel room has stuck to the sleeve of his jacket and glances quickly at Joona, focuses and darts round the corner. The ceiling clicks and ticks along the passageway as the lights come on in quick succession. The walls, floor and ceiling are bathed in sharp light, but beyond the lights there is nothing but blackness. Even though the passageway runs another 50 meters or so, only the first 10 are visible. Stop, Joona says quietly behind Adam. They both stand completely still in the illuminated passageway. A drop of sweat falls from the tip of Adam's nose. Joona leans on his stick, feeling strangely dizzy. The brittle knocking sound starts up again in the distance, a high-frequency metallic buzz. Suddenly the lights in the main passageway go out when the sensors can't detect any movement. The two men stand motionless, staring into the darkness. Up ahead, there is a faint glow across the floor from one of the side passages. The light vanishes, then returns into the same sequence. 3 longer flashes followed by 3 short ones. The strange drumming sound echoes again, followed by something hitting the metal wall. It is much closer now. What do we do? Adam whispers. Joona doesn't have time to answer before the ceiling light at the very far end of the main passageway come on. A young woman is standing in the middle of the gateway, swaying. She is wearing nothing but a pair of dirty tracksuit bottoms and a padded jacket. Her feet are bare and her hair looks matted. She is tied around the waist with a thick steel wire, which snakes off into the side passage next to her. When she takes a step forward, the wire makes a metallic rattling sound against the walls behind her. Her right arm is moving strangely, switching and then moving away from her. There is a black band round her wrist. It looks like someone's tugging the band. She steps toward them. Her arm sinks and suddenly there is a large shadow behind her. A huge dog with a bloody ear appears at her side. It is black leash, hangs limbs in her hand and leads behind her back and up to the dog's neck. The huge dog is a Great Dane. It reaches her chest and must weigh twice as much as her. The dog moves nervously, switching its head anxiously. The woman says something and then drops the leash on the ground. The dog leaps forward and picks up speed rapidly in the passageway. The huge animal is getting closer to Joona and Adam with a powerful silent movement. Its muscles ripple across its back and loins as the light come on. Section by section, they move back and raise their guns just as the light goes off at the far end of the passageway. The young woman is no longer visible. The sound of the animal's claws and its panting breath is getting louder. They run into the side passage, past padlocks that shimmer in the light from the main passageway. but 15 meters in their way is blocked by a barricade of furniture and removal boxes. Now they can hear barking from another direction. A sharp pain flares behind one of Joona's eyes. It is as if a hot knife blade is being pushed into his head, and when it gets pulled out, again he can't see for a few seconds. The pain of his migraine almost makes him drop his gun. The dog slides on the cement floor, comes round the corner, catches sight of him, and speeds up again. Joona raises his pistol, blinks hard in an effort to see properly, but the sight on the barrel is trembling too much. It is too dark, but he fires anyway. The sound of the shot multiplies off the metal wall and concrete. The bullet misses and ricochets between the walls. The dog is approaching with powerful bounds. Joona blinks and can just make it out in a series of flickering images. It is pointed ears and shimmering muscles, shoulders and strong thighs. His stick clatters to the floor as he rests his shoulder against the corrugated metal of a storeroom door and take aim again. Joona, Adam cries. The sight quiver and slip past the beast's head. He squeezes the trigger. The sight slides down toward its dark torso, and the shot rings out as the bullet slams into dog's chest just beneath its throat. The recoil sends Joona staggering backward. He tries to keep his balance and throws his arm out, hitting the corrugated metal with the barrel of the pistol. The dog's leg buckled. Its heavy body thuds to the floor, momentum carrying it forward. It slides across the cement floor and hits Joona's leg. He sinks to one knee and lets out a gasp. His vision flares and jagged shapes flash and pulse in front of his eyes. The dog's legs are still stitching as Joona gets to his feet and picks up his stick. Some distance away, Adam is clambering over the barricade of old furniture, rolled up carpets and boxes. He gets tangled in a bicycle and falls over the other side, hitting his head against a metal door. In front of Joona is an upturned bed pushed against one wall. He shoves it over across the rest of the barricade and squeezes through the gap between it and the wall, through piles of chairs, bags of clothes, hangers and old-fashioned hair dryers on stand. He sees Adam get to his feet just as the second dog clutches itself at him. Part 13. Adam cries out in pain as Joona pushes through the gap between the bed and the storeroom wall. He hears something made of glass break under the pressure. The lights in the main passageway go out, but Joona can still see that the huge dog has clamped its jaws round Adam's lower arm. It is pulling backward hard, snarling as its claws scrabble on the cement floor. Adam is gasping and trying to hit the animal. Joona can't fire into the darkness, so tries to force his way through to them. A standard lamp with a broken shade tucked into a pile of chairs catches on his clothes. The dog isn't letting go of Adam's arm. They crash into the metal wall together. Blood from Adam's arm is running from its locked jaws. Its paw slips on the polished cement floor, its claws unable to get any grip. The dog jerks backward again, trying to knock Adam off balance, but he is managing to stay on his feet. Joona stoves the lamp aside. Its cord whips his cheek, but he makes it out past the bed and clambers over some boxes of books. The dog makes a sudden downward jerk and then Adam stumbles forward. It lets go and snaps at his neck. It misses and only catches part of the collar of his jacket, rips the fabric and tries to bite again. Adam throws himself back, falls and starts to kick out. The dog bites into his foot and tugs his toward it. Joona pulls over a box of paperback books. As he stumbles out on the floor, he runs over with his pistol raised, but the dog suddenly lets go and disappears. Big dogs, Joona says, leaning on his stick. He watches as Adam picks his pistol up off the floor and gets to his feet. Joona shuts his weary eyes for a moment and can't help thinking that he might be about to break. They carry on toward the next main passageway. The lights go on ahead of them and the clicking sound is back there, Adam says. They catch a glimpse of someone disappearing into one of the side passages. There is a sound of clattering metal wire vibrating against the metal walls. Did you see? Was it the same woman? I don't think so, Joona replies, noticing how pale and sweaty Adam's face is. How are you doing? Adam doesn't answer, just shakes off the blood running down the back of his hand onto the floor. His lower arm is injured, but his leather jacket prevented it being completely torn apart. They stick to the right-hand side of the passageway in order to be able to see into the side passage on the left. The metal wire scraps and rattles against the metal walls. A young woman is standing in the passageway, swaying. It's not the same one as before. Her white jeans and checkered shirt are much dirtier. He said you would come, she mumbles in a brittle voice. We are police officers, Adam says. She staggers and fumbles for a little dog whistle attached to a cord around her neck. Don't do it, Adam says when he sees the second large dog gets closer, crouching low with its ears folded down. She's been crying. She makeup has run down her face and her hair is hanging in messy clumps. There is blood around the waist of her shirt. She rolls the dog whistle between her fingers, then puts it to her lips. Adam raises his pistol, takes aim, and shoots the dog in the forehead. It collapses to the floor and the echo fades away. She smiles at them through cracked lips, then staggers backward when someone tugs on the metal wire around her waist. We saw as SOS signal, Adam says. I am smart, aren't I? She says wearily. She starts to move back along the passageway and the metal wire pulling her clatters against the walls and floor. How many of you are there down here? Adam asks as they follow her. They step over the dog and the pool of dark blood spreading out across the floor. Where are you going? She doesn't answer and they carry on round a corner. Further along the dimly lit passageway is a faint light. They pass an open storeroom and in the gloom they can see a mattress on the floor, boxes, some old skis and stacks of tinned food. Someone tugs harder on the wire and the young woman keeps stumbling on, opens the next door and staggers into the storeroom. Light shines out onto the door opposite, and her shadow sways across the corrugated metal and smooth walls. There is a growing stench of rotting rubbish. Joona and Adam follow her with their pistols pointed at the floor. The light is coming from a pocket torch hanging from the ceiling, illuminating the nearest part of the large storeroom. Among a mass of removal crates and pictures frames stand an emaciated man dressed in an unbuttoned mink coat. It is Philip Kronstedt. Joona and Adam raise their guns. He is filthy and has white froth as the corner of his mouth. His bare chest is covered with blood from a patchwork of cuts. The first woman they saw, the one in the worn padded jacket, is sitting on a box in front of him, eating mushrooms from a jar with her fingers. Philip hasn't seen them yet. He is carefully winding the retracted wire round a huge spindle, then scratches his neck and pulls the woman in the checkered shirt closer without looking up. Philip, she whispers, I need you on guard, Sophia. I don't want to have to lock you up, but I have told you before, you can only have the light on when the door is closed. Philip Kronstedt, Adam says in a loud voice. Part 14. Philip looks up and stares at Adam and with a tired eyes and dilated pupils. I am the hat maker, he says quietly. Sweat is running down Joona's back and he can't hold his pistol up any longer. The torch hanging from the ceiling sways in a gust of air and the shadows slide around the wall, its light reflecting off a large floor mirror. Joona moves to one side, blinks and sees in the mirror that there is a knife sticking out of the box in front of Philip. We need to talk to you, Adam says, moving forward cautiously. How many videos are you in every day? Philip asks, staring at the floor. Where does it all go? What decisions does it lead to? We can talk about that if you let the girls go. I don't give a shit about Snowden and optic nerves, he says slowly, pointing at the ceiling. Just let the girls go. And this isn't Prism or X-Keyscore or Echelon, he interrupted in a loud voice. This is a fuck of a lot bigger than that. Joona puts his pistol back in its holster and walks slowly toward the woman, whose name is evidently Sophia. He can feel the last of this strength draining away. The way icy water makes everything sluggish but scorchingly sleepy. Philip's hand is getting closer to the knife sticking out of the box. Sophia falters and the wire rattles softly. Saturn ate his children. Philip goes on, then sniggers. I mean, the NSA is much bigger and we are their children. Joona just manages to see him put his hand on the knife before his vision flares against and he has to lean his own hand against the wall to stop himself falling. Little dots are still floating before his eyes as he starts to loosen the coarse wire around Sophia's waist. He has to rest his forehead against her shoulder for a while before going on. He can hear her shallow breathing. Without showing any sign of outward anxiety, he unwinds the wire some 20 revolutions before she is free. Are there more of you down here? He asks in a subdued voice as he leads her out of the storeroom. Just me and my sister, she replies. We are going to get you out. What is your sister's name? Carola. The metal wire unravels on the cement floor with a scraping sound. Philip tugs at the knife, making the side of the box bulge out before he loses his grip. We are here now, but who ends up in Guantanamo? You don't know, do you? He says without looking at them. Carola, Joona says in a normal tone of voice. Could you come over here, please? Sophia's sister put the lid back on the jar of mushrooms and shakes her head without looking up. Carola, come to me, Sophia says. She sits there picking at the jar as Philip looks at her and scratches his neck. Come on, Joona says, feeling his gun rub against his chest. Eugene is with them, you know. GCHQ, the NSA, same thing. I have been so badly fucking deceived for years. Everyone's naked, everyone's having fun. But how can you protect yourself if you are completely naked? If everyone can film you from the fucking back? The torch spins round and dark shadows cross their face and shoulders. Sophia wants you to come over here, Joona says. Carola looks up and smiles at her sister. Sophia brushes the tears from her cheek and holds out her hand. Can we go home now? Carola whispers and stands up at last. She is about to start walking when Philip grabs hold of her hair and pulls her back. Take the knife from the box and hold it to her throat. Hang on, take it easy now, Adam calls. Look, I am putting my gun down. Go to hell, Philip screams and sticks the knife into his forehead before putting it to Carola's throat again. Do something, Sophia whimpers. Blood from the wound in Philip's forehead tickles through one eyebrow and drips down onto his cheek. I know, you are only trying to protect her, Joona says calmly. Yes, but you. Listen to me, Adam interrupts, breathing quickly. You need to put the knife down. Sophia is sobbing with her hand over her mouth. Philip looks at Adam and grins at him. I know where you are from, he says, and presses the knife harder against Carolo's neck. Put the knife down now, Adam shouts, moving sideways to get a clear line of fire. Philip watches Adam and licks his lips nervously. The room is gloomy, but blood is clearly running down the blade. Philip, you are hurting her, Joona says, trying to conquer his dizziness. You don't have to do that. We are not threat to you. Shut up. We are just here to shut up. We are here to ask about Maria Carlson. Joona concludes. Maria, my Maria, he says in a low voice. Why? Joona nods and thinks that he could shoot Philip in the shoulder, disarm him, and then lies down on the floor. He is waited too long. He can hardly see anything now through the burning pain behind his eyes. Look, I am taking my gun out and giving it to you, Joona says carefully, drawing his Colt. Philip stares at him with bloodshot eyes. Maria said the NSA have started creeping about in her garden. He explains. I went over and saw for myself a skinny man in yellow overalls, like the Lofton fisherman, when I was little. He was filming her through the window, and Joona wipes some blood from his nose, and then his head explodes and his legs give away. Sophia screams when he slumps onto his side, tries to get up but falls onto his back and lies there with his eyelids quivering. She goes over to him and kneels down. A bubbling, pulsing sensation behind one eye makes him hold his breath. Before it goes completely dark, he feels her pull the pistol from his hand. She stands up, straightens her back, takes a few shallow, panting breaths, then aims the pistol at Philip. "Let my sister go," she says sharply. "Just let her go." "Put the gun down," Adam says in a shaky voice and moves between them. "I am a police officer. You need to trust me." "Get out of the way," she yells. Philip's not going to let her go. "Don't do anything silly," Adam says, holding out his hand. "Don't touch me. I will shoot." She is clenching the pistol with both hands, but the barrel is still shaking. "Give me the gun," and there is a deafening explosion. As the pistol goes off, the bullet grazes Adam's torso and hits Philip in the top of his arm. The knife falls to the floor and Philip stares at Sophia in astonishment as blood seeps through his fingers. "Get out of the way," she shouts again. Adam lurches to the side and feels warm blood pulsing out beneath his clothes. Sophia fires again and hits Philip right in the chest. Blood spatters the boxes behind him and runs across the glass of the mirror. The empty cartridge falls to the ground with a tinkling sound. Carola is still standing there with her head bowed and slowly raises her hand to her neck. Sophia lowers the gun and stares blankly at Philip, who slumps down and sits on the floor, leaning back against a box. He picks listlessly at the wound in his chest as blood pumps out, and his eyes flit about as he tries to say something. Part 15. On his way to his piano lesson, Erik stops at the ICA supermarket next to the Globe. He knows Madeline loves popcorn, so he is thinking of buying a few bags. As he walks through the shop, he catches sight of his former patient, Nestor, in the dairy section. The tall, slim man is dressed in pressed trousers and a knitted grey sweater over a white shirt. His thin, clean-shaven face and small head with its white hair and side parting look exactly the same as ever. Nestor has seen him and smiles in surprise, but Erik doesn't go over to talk to him, just waves from a distance and carries on through the shop. He picks up some popcorn and is on his way toward the checkout when he sees a popcorn machine on Special Officer. He knows he has a tendency to go over the top, but it doesn't weigh much and isn't particularly expensive. When he emerges into the car park with his bags of corn and the popcorn machine, he catches sight of Nestor again. The tall man is waiting at the crossing on his way toward the underground. He has 6 full bags of shopping by his sides. They are so heavy that he can only carry them a few meters at a time. Erik opened the boot of his car and put the box inside. He is sure Nestor hasn't spotted him. The shy man is muttering to himself as he picks up the bags, shuffles a few meters, then puts them down again. Nestor is standing, blowing into his thin hand as Erik goes up to him. "That looks heavy," he says. "Erik." "No, it is fine." Nestor smiles. "Where do you live? I will give you a lift. I don't want to be nuisance." he whispers. You are not, Erik says, picking up four of the bag. As Nestor gets in the car beside him, he repeats that he could have managed. Erik replies that he knows that and pulls out slowly from his parking space. Thanks for the coffee, but you shouldn't be buying things for me, Erik says. You saved my life, Nestor replies quietly. Erik recalls how Nestor's psychotic breakdown happened when his seriously ill dog had to put down 3 years ago. When he was allocated to Erik as a patient, Erik had read the notes from his secure psychiatric unit where Nestor had been admitted. He used to talk to dead people, a grey lady who brushed dandruff from her hair, and a mean old man who twisted his arm in different directions. During Erik's conversation with him, it emerged that Nestor was fixated upon his dog's death. He talked a lot about the syringe being stuck in his right front paw and how the fluid was injected. The dog shook and urine spread across the bench as its muscles relaxed. He felt he had been tricked by the vet and vet's wife. Nestor responded well to treatment, but when he tries to cut down his daily dose of Risperdal, he began hearing strange voices again. Erik was never sure if he had actually managed to hypnotize Nestor. He may have belonged to the small group who weren't receptive, but during those relaxed sessions in the dimly lit treatment room, they did at least begin to get to grip with things. Nestor had grown up with his mother, younger brother, and a black Labrador. When he was 7, his 5-year-old brother became seriously ill with a lung infection, which exacerbated his already bad asthma. The boy's mother told Nestor that his brother would die unless they had the dog put down. Nestor took the dog to sober Bergen and drowned it in a trunk full of stones. But his brother died anyway. In Nestor's mind, the two events became intertwined. He had always suffered from the belief that he had drowned his brother in a trunk and had no memory of the dog. They walked on his anger with his mother's damaging manipulation, and after a month, he finally let go of the idea of his own guilt and the notion that his mother could sometimes control his action from beyond the grave. Nestor was living normally again now, didn't need to take any medication, and was incredibly grateful to Erik. They passed St. Mark's Church in Bogen and pull up outside Exawel's wagon 53. Nestor unbuckles his seatbelt and Erik helps him carry his food to the door of his ground floor flat. Thanks for everything, the former patient says in a tremulous voice. I have got ice cream and time too. I need to get going, Erik says, but I have to offer you something, Nestor says, opening the door. Nestor, I have got an appointment. Walk across the dead without a sound. Walk across the dead and hear their murmuring resound. I haven't got time for riddles now, Erik says, and walks out of the door of the building. Promise, Nestor called after him. Part 16. Jackie and Madeleine are sitting together on the sofa eating popcorn with Erik trying to play his etude. Madeleine says he is very good. Every time he makes a mistake, she is tired and her Yarns are getting bigger and bigger. Jackie tries to explain the quiver, rest and the rhythmic pattern and gets up and puts her right hand on top of his. She asks him to start from the 22nd bar with his left hand. Then she suddenly falls silent, goes back to her daughter and listens to her breathing. Could you manage to carry her to bed? She asked. My elbow isn't up to it. Erik gets up from the piano and picks the child up. Jackie walks ahead of them, opens the door to the girls' room, turns the light out and pulls the covers back for Erik. Erik carefully lays Madeline down on her bed and brushes the hair from her face. Jackie tucks her daughter in and kisses her on the cheek, whispers something in her ear and turns on the little pink night light on the bedside table. Only now does Erik see that the walls of the child's bedroom are covered in rude words, curses and obscenities. Some of the words are written in childish scribbles in chalk, misspelled, whereas others are written in more confident handwriting. Erik presumes Madeline must have been doing this for several years. Her mother is the only person unable to see what she has done. What is it? Jackie says, noticing his silence. Nothing, he says, closing the door gently behind him. As they walk through the hall, Erik wonders if he should tell Jackie about what he saw and just let it go. Should I leave? Erik asks. I don't know, Jackie replies. She holds out her hand and feels his face, stroking his cheek and chin. I am just going to get some water, she says hoarsely, then goes into the kitchen and opens a cupboard. He helps her, standing close to her, filling the glass and passing it to her. She drinks and then he kisses her cool mouth before she has time to wipe her chin. They embrace. She stands up on tiptoe and they kiss each other deeply, foreheads bumping together. Erik's hands slide over her back and hips. The fabric of her skirt has a peculiar texture and rustles like thin paper. She pulls away slightly, turns her face and puts one hand on his chest. We don't leave too, he says to her. She shakes her head and puts her hand behind his neck again, pulls him to her, kisses his neck, fumbles with the buttons of his trousers, then stops herself. Are the curtains closed? She whispers. Yes. She goes to the door and listens for any sound in the corridor, then closes it carefully. Maybe we shouldn't do this here. Not now. Okay, he says. She stands with her back to the draining board, one hand on the counter, her mouth half open. Can you see me? She asks, taking her dark glasses off. Yes, Erik replies. Her clothes are disordered, her blouse hanging outside her skirt, and her short hair is rather messed up. Sorry, I am being difficult. There is no rush, Erik mumbles and walks up to her, takes hold of her shoulder and kisses her again. Let's take our clothes off, shall we? She whispers. They get undressed in the kitchen and Jackie starts talking slowly about a radio report she heard about the persecution of Christians in Iraq. Now France is offering asylum to all of them. She smiles. Erik wakes up in the darkness to the sound of gentle piano music. It sounds strangely muted, like a piano buried under the ground. At first he thinks he is dreaming. He reaches out his hand but can't feel Jackie. Moonlight filters through the fabric with a shiver. He creeps out of bed and into the flat, Jackie is sitting naked on the piano stool in the living room. She is placed a thin blanket over the piano to muffle the sound. Through the gloom, he sees her body swaying gently. Her hands seem to be slipping through water. Her bare feet move over the brass pedals. She is sitting on the edge of the stool, and he can see her slender waist and the shadowy grooves down the center of her upright back. He thinks she knows that he is there, but she still plays to the end of the piece before turning toward him. The neighbors have complained, she says quietly, but I need to learn a fairly hard piece for a wedding tomorrow. It sounded wonderful. Go back to bed, she whispers. He returns to the bed and is just about to fall asleep when he finds himself thinking of Bijon Kern. The police still don't know that the dead woman was sitting with her hand to her ear. The thought snaps Erik awake when he realizes that he could be hindering the police investigation. After an hour, the music falls silent and Jackie comes back to the bedroom. It is already light outside by the time he falls asleep again. In the morning, the bed is empty. Erik goes to the bathroom, showers, then gets dressed. When he emerges, he can hear Jackie and Mandolin in the kitchen. He walks in and gets a cup of coffee. Mandolin is eating breakfast cereal with milk and fresh raspberries. Jackie explains that she has to be in Adolf Frederick Church in a little while to rehearse for the wedding. As soon as she leaves the kitchen to get changed, Mandolin puts her spoon down and turns toward Erik. Mom says, you carries me to bed, she says. She asked me to help her. Was it dark in my room? She asked, looking at him with bottomless eyes. I haven't said anything to your mom. That would be better coming from you. The girl shakes her head and tears start to run down her cheeks. It is not as bad as you think, Erik says. Mom will be really sad. She hiccups. It is be alright. I don't know why I have to ruin everything, she sobs. You don't. Yes, I do. I can't get rid of that, she says, wiping her cheeks. I did far worse things. No, she sobs. Muddy, it is not a problem. Listen now, he says. We can. Why don't you and I pay your waltz? Can you do that? Yes. She looks at him with a trembling chin and nods several times. What color would you like? Blue. Blue like mom's nightie. She smiles. Is that light blue? What are you talking about? Jackie asks. She is standing in the doorway, already dressed in her black skirt and jacket, a pale pink blouse, round sunglasses and pink lipstick. Muddy thinks it is time to repaint her room, and I said I would be happy to help. Okay, Jackie says with a slightly bemused expression. Part 17. Margot sees Adam waiting for her in the underground garage of police headquarters. His t-shirt is bulging because of the bandage round his chest. She walks toward him, but has to stop when the baby pushes upward. The plastic covered trestle table are covered with objects seized from Philip Cronstedt's storerooms, lined up and numbered, ready for analysis. Another colleague approaches from the other direction. She hears him say something appreciative to Adam. Then he carries on toward the lifts. Adam's weary face, with its dark shadow of stubble, looks brittle in the harsh lightning. Behind him, she can see that the work of cataloguing the vast amount of material seized is proceeding. On the first table lies a gilded bedhead, a wooden crat containing starched, folded linen, battered books, and 3 pairs of trainers. "How are you feeling?" Margot asks when she reaches Adam. "It is nothing," he replies, putting his hand to his ribs. "My mind's spinning, though I keep seeing it all and thinking that I would have been dead if she would angled the gun just a teeny bit more, 3 millimeters to the left. You should never have gone down there without backup. I made the decision that we had to go in, but I don't think I really appreciated the state Joona was in." He collapsed on the floor and dropped his gun. He shouldn't have been there anyway. It was a fuck up. He not. There going to be an internal injury, obviously, seeing as I was shot, but it will probably end up with the National Police Related Crimes Unit, so we will need to talk that through. Margot looks at a faded school poster of the female anatomy. The eyes have been colored in with blue chalk, but without Joona, we would never have caught Philip, she says. "I caught Philip. I was the one who did that." Joona was lying on the floor. The harsh glare from the fluorescent lights and magnifying lamps reflects off the plastic between the objects on the tables. Margot stops beside 3 video cameras with crushed lenses wrapped in ESD-proof packaging in a spacious cardboard box. "Is anyone trying to match Philip's cameras with the videos of the victims?" she asked. "I presume so. But you haven't found the tongue stud or the rest of the deer?" "Give it time." Adam smiles. "This is just the material from the storeroom. There is no rush. The important thing is that it is over, that we have got him." They pass a pile of hand-painted tin soldiers and Margot can't help thinking that the rest of the little porcelain deer and the satin stud ought to be here, given that Philip was living in the storage facility at the time of the murders. "How sure are we that it is him?" he asked. "Philip's in the operating theater at the Karolinska, but as soon as he can talk, we will get a confession out of him." "Have you got anyone on guard there?" she asked. "He was shot in the chest. One lung is wrecked, so I hardly think that is necessary. Do it anyway." There are about 20 Polaroid photographs of young women with bare chests in a small plastic folder. "If it will calm you down, I will sort it out as soon as I get upstairs," Adam replies. "I spoke to Joona in the hospital and he seems to think that Philip didn't commit the murders and—" "What the fuck?" Adam interrupts with an irritated smile. "I let Joona come with me because I felt sorry for him. That was a mistake I am not going to repeat. We can't let him play at being a detective." "I agree," she says quickly. "He messed up and he is not coming anywhere near this investigation again. I am just trying to say that this feels too easy," Margot says calmly, carrying on along the tables. "Philip was on the point of confessing when he was shot. He said he had been creeping about outside Maria Carlson's windows. Adam says, turning to her with a grin. He's got no alibi for the evenings of the murders. He is extremely violent, paranoid, and completely obsessed with cameras and surveillance. I know, but he would locked himself away with two women. You should have been there. He had them tied up with steel wire. Even though he is hollow-eyed and clearly short of sleep, there is an underlying fire in his eyes, and his cheeks are flushed. Adam stops and catches his breath, leans his knuckles on the nearest table for a while with his eyes closed. The stress and exertions of the night come back to hit him like a heavy pendulum. He thinks about the ringing in his ears after the last shot, as blood trickled down his side and under the waist of his jeans before he managed to disarm one of the sisters. He thinks of the huge dog that tries to rip him apart and the orgy in the Berger Jal Hotel, the unprotected sex with an unknown woman. Tears well up in his eyes as he thinks about how little control he has, how little he knows about himself. He suddenly feels an intense desire to go home to his wife, to curl up in his warm bed behind Katrina, to the smell of her hand cream and her ugly butt socks, and the liver spots on her back that look almost like the floor. Margot walks past an old-fashioned gramophone and stops in front of some jewelry on a piece of cardboard. She gets out a pen and pokes through the tarnished silver rings, brooches, broken chains and crucifixes. She picks up a heart-shaped charm with her pen just as her mobile rings. Margot lets the heart fall back onto the cardboard, pulls out her phone and answers by giving her surname. Something in her voice makes Adam turn toward her. Margot will always remember this moment, the way they were standing in the bright light among Felix's possessions, and how her heartbeat drowned out absolutely everything else for a few moments. What is it? Adam says. She stares at him. She can't talk. Her throat is so dry, and she realizes that her jaw is trembling. A Philip, she hisses. We have received another Philip. Fuck, Adam swears and starts running toward the lifters. Call the hospital, Margot gasps as they hurry past the tables toward the lifters. Check if Phillips escaped. Adam presses the lift button, then clutches his phone to his ear as she catches up with him. The machinery rumbles slowly. She is moved too quickly and her pelvis is burning. Adam holds the phone to his ear and shakes his head in her direction. Has he gone? She gasps. No answer, he says anxiously. The lift stops 2 floors up and Margot presses the button again, whispering angry curses to herself. Finally, someone picks up at the hospital. A sluggish voice tells Adam that he is reached the intensive care unit. My name is Adam Yusuf. I am a detective with the National Criminal Investigation Department, and I need to know if one of your patients, Philip Kronstedt, is still with you. Philip Kronstedt. The man at the other end says, listen, you have to listen. Adam pleads and realizes how incoherent he sounds. I want you to go and see him and check that he is there. The man sighed, as though he were indulging some sort of ridiculous whim. But Adam hears him put the phone down on his desk and walk away. He is gone to check, Adam tells Margot. Make sure they confirm his identity, she says as the lift doors close behind them. They shuffle about like caged animals as they are sucked up inside the building. Adam's shoulder crumbles a poster advertising a concert by the police choir. Philip Cronstead is still sedated. The slowly voice finally tells Adam. Philip is sedated. Adam repeats. Part 18. Adam runs down the corridor ahead of Margot. Philip Cronstead was given emergency sedation when he was brought into A&E early that morning and has been kept like that ever since. The real serial killer is still on the loose. Margot follows Adam into their coffee and sees the treetops of Kronoberg Park in the pale sunlight through the small windows. Have we got a copy? It looks like it, he replies. Margot is gasping for breath as she sinks into the second chair in front of the computer while Adam clicks the video file. The base of her spine is stinging and she leans back, her shirt pulling up over her bulging stomach. The film has been online for 2 minutes, he whispers and starts the media player. The camera is moving quickly through the outer fringes of a bird cherry. The leaves obscure the view for a moment. Then a bedroom window appears on the screen with condensation along the bottom. The garden is shady, but the white sky shimmers in the windowsill. The camera moves backward again when a woman dressed in her underwear comes into the room. She hangs a white towel with old chair dye stains over the back of a chair, then stops and leans one hand against the wall. 1 minute left, Adam says. The room fills with soft light from the lamp in the ceiling. They can make out a fingerprint on the mirror and a slightly titled framed poster from the Picasso exhibition at Modena Museet. The camera moves to one side and now they can both see a reddish-brown porcelain deer on the bedside table. The deer, Margot pants, leaning toward the screen as her plate falls over her shoulder. The snapped deer's head that Susanna Kern was clutching in her hand must have come from an ornament exactly like that one. The woman in the bedroom is holding one hand to her mouth and walks slowly over to the bedside table, opens the drawer and takes something out of it. Her face is more visible in the glow of the bedside lamp. She has pale eyebrows and a straight nose, but her eyes are hidden behind the reflection in her dark framed glasses, and her mouth is relaxed. Her bra is red and worn, and her underpants white with some sort of sanitary pad. She rubs something over one of her thighs and then takes out a small white stick and presses it to her muscle. What is she doing? Adam asks. That is an insulin injection. The woman holds a swab against her thigh and screws her eyes shut for a moment, then opens them again. She leans forward to put the syringe back in the drawer and manages to catch the little deer, knocking it over. Small fragments fly up in the sharp lightning as the head snaps off and falls to the floor. "What the hell is this?" Adam whispers. With a weary look on her face, the woman bends over and picks up the porcelain head, puts it on the bedside table, then goes round the bed toward the steamed-up window. Something makes her stop and peer out, searching the darkness beyond. The camera moves slowly backward, and some leaves bush over the lens. The woman looks worried. She puts out her hand, take hold the cord of the blinds and loosen the catch by tugging it to the side. The slats slide down, but end up crooked, and she pulls the cord and lets them fall again, then gives up. Through the damaged blinds, she can be seen turning back toward the room and scratching her right buttock before the film suddenly comes to an end. "Okay, I am a bit tired," Adam says in an unsteady voice, and stand up. "But this is crazy, isn't it? So, what do we do? Watch the film again?" Her phone buzzes on the desk. Margot turns it over and sees that it is one of the forensic team. "What have you got?" Margot says as soon as she answers. "Same thing. Impossible to trace either the film or the link. So we are waiting for someone to find the body," Margot says, and ends the call. She is maybe 1 meter 70 tall, weighs less than 60 kilos, Adam says. Her hair is probably dark blonde when it is dry. She's got type 1 diabetes. Went to see the Picasso exhibition last autumn. Single regularly colors her hair. Margot add in a monotone. Broken blinds, Adam says, printing out a large color picture where the whole of the woman's face is illuminated. He goes over to the wall and pins the photograph up as high as he can. A solitary picture. No name, no location. "Victim number 3, he says weakly. To the left of the photograph are pictured of the first 2 victims. Stills taken from the YouTube clips. The difference is that below those 2 first pictures are names and photographs of the murder scenes, as well as report from the forensic analysis of the scenes and the post-mortem. Maria Coulson and Susanna Kern. Multiple stab and knife wounds to their faces, necks and chests, severing their aortas, lungs and hearts." Part 19. Sandra Ludgren leaves the bedroom and feels a shiver run down her spine, as if someone were watching her from behind. She tightens the belt of her dressing gown, which is so long it reaches the floor. Her medication leaves her feeling drowsy long into the way. She goes into the kitchen, open the fridge and take out the remains of the chocolate cake and put it on the worktop. She adjusts her glasses and her dressing gown fall open again, uncovering her stomach and sagging underwear. She shivers, pulls the wide-bladed knife from the block, cuts a small slice of cake and put it in her mouth without bothering. It got a spoon. She is starting using Stefan's stripped dressing gown, even though it actually makes her feel sad. But she likes the way it weighs upon her breasts. It is drooping shoulders, the threads hanging off the sleeves. Beside the candle holder on the drop leaf table is the letter from Soderton University College. She looks at it again, even though she is already read it 30 times. She is on the reserve list for creative writing. Her mom helped her fill in the application. Back then, she didn't feel up to doing it herself. But her mother knew how much it would mean to her to be accepted onto the course. She cried in the spring when she was told she hadn't got a place. That was probably a bit of an overreaction. Nothing had really changed after all. She would just carry on with her fourth term on the career counseling program instead. She doesn't know how long the letter had been lying there among all the old posts on the hall floor, but she is read it now, and it is sitting on the kitchen table. She decided to phone her mom and tell her the news. Sandra gazes at the window and sees two men walking towards Winterwaken on the other side of the road. She lives on the ground floor, but still hasn't got used to the fact that people sometimes stop and look right in through her windows. The wooden floor out in the hallway creaks. She thinks it sounds like a grown person trying to creep quietly. Sandra dials the number as she sits down on one of the kitchen chairs. She holds the phone to her ear as the call goes through, pinching the corner of the letter. "Hi mom, it is me," she says. "Hello darling, I was just going to call you. Have you thought any more about this evening?" "What? About coming over for a meal?" "Oh yes, I don't think I feel up to it." "You still have to eat, you know. I could come and pick you up in the car. I will give you a lift both ways." Sandra suddenly hears something rustling and looks over toward the dark hallway and its clothes and shoes. "Will you let me do that, darling?" "Okay," she whispers, looking at the letter in her hand. "What would you like?" "I don't know. Shall I do beef Redberg? You usually like that, you know. Cubes of steak and—" "Okay, mom," she interrupts and goes into the bathroom. The blister pack of Prosecco is on the edge of the basin. The green and white capsules shimmer in their plastic rose. Sandra looks at her own reflection in the mirror. The bathroom door is open behind her and she can see right out into the hall. It looks like there is someone standing there. Her heart skips a beat, even though she knows it is only her black raincoat. The three musketeers went out for lunch today. Sandra leaves the bathroom while her mother tells her that she and her sisters went out to the Wexham Hotel and had fried Baltic herring with mashed potatoes and lingonberry jam, melted butter, and nice cold low alcohol beer. "How is Malin?" Sandra asks. She is amazed. Her mother replies, "I don't know how she manages to be so positive the whole time. She's had her last session of radiotherapy and feels pretty good. It makes you glad you live in Sweden. You should never have been able to pay for the treatment on her own. It is there. Anything else they can do now? Carolina thinks we should all move to Jamaica and sit around smoking cannabis and eating good food until the money runs out. I will come with you." Sandra smiles. "I will let her know." Her mom laughs. The phone feels warm and sticky against her cheek. Sandra moves it to her other ear and walks to the bedroom, but stops suddenly. She can't help staring at the window. The big bird cherry is moving through the broken blinds. "I had a look at the list of course literature for your fourth term," Her mom says, it is all about the politics of the job market. Yes, Sandra says weakly. She isn't sure why she doesn't just tell her mom about her place at Soderstone. Slowly, she forces herself to look away from the window and catches light of herself in the mirror. Her dressing gown has fallen open again. She stands there in her underwear, looking at herself, her pale skin, rounded breasts, her smooth stomach, and the long pink scar across her right thigh. She and Stephen had rented a cottage in Erie over the Easter holiday. She was driving and Stephen was asleep as they got close to Ostrand. It was dark, and the box of skis on the roof was making a lot of noise. They had been stuck behind a timber truck for several kilometers through the black fir forest. The wide rear tires of the swaying trailer were churning up masses of snow from the edge of the road. In the end, she pulled out to the left to overtake, but saw the light from an oncoming bus and pulled it again. After the bus, there were 3 cars. Then nothing again. Sandra pulled out again and accelerated. They had just reached a long downward slope and the timber truck was going faster. She sat beside the huge trailer, clutching the wheel with both hands, and felt the car lurch in the turbulence. Sandra accelerated a bit too hard to get past, and her wheels slid in the ridge of snow. In the middle of the road, she lost control of the car and ended up underneath the timber truck. They got stuck and were dragged along, the metal screeching and shaking. She had blood in her eyes, but saw the huge wheels thud into the side of the car. The metal gave away and crumbled on top of Stephen. There was a whirlwind of glass, and the truck jackknifed as the driver braked and the trailer lurching forward with a screech. She was alive, but Stephen was dead. She had seen the photograph and read what little had been reported about the evening when her life was torn off course. Are you taking your pills like you should? Her mom asks gently, and Sandra realizes that she must have stopped talking again. Leave it, Mom. I can't talk now, she says. But you will come this evening, her mom says quickly, unable to conceal her concern. I don't know, Sandra replies, sitting on the bed and screwing her eyes as tightly shut as she can. It would be lovely if you did. I will come and get you, and if you change your mind, I can take you back whenever you want. We will talk later on, Sandra says, and end the call. She put the phone down on the bedside table next to her blood sugar monitor. Outside the window, the verdant foliage of the bushes is swaying about. Sandra takes off the dressing gown and lays it on the bed, pulls on her jeans and opens the chest of drawers. The broken deer is lying beside the pile of neatly folded clothes. The funny thing is that the little head was disappeared. She takes off her glasses and pulls on the clean t-shirt. Once again, she feels like she is being watched and glances at the broken blinds, the shadowy garden, the leaves moving in the wind. She hears a thud from the hall and jumps. It is probably just more adverts. Despite the sign on the door, she picks up the phone to call her mom back and apologize and try to explain that she is actually happy, but that being happy dredges up a load of sadness too. She goes out into the kitchen again, looks at the letter on the table and walks over the worktop to cut herself another slice of cake, but the knife isn't there. She has time to think that her medication has made her confused, that she must have put the knife down in the bathroom or bedroom when someone dressed in yellow comes toward her from the hall with long strides. Sandra just stands still. This can't be happening. She doesn't manage to say a word, just hold her left hand up to protect herself. The knife comes from above and hits her in the chest. Her legs collapse and the knife is jerked out as she falls backward and sits down hard on the floor. She hits her head against the table, dislodging the candle from its holder, and it rolls over the edge. Sandra feels hot blood pulsing down over her stomach. She has a terrible pain deep inside her chest. It feels like her heart is shaking. Sandra just sits there, unable to move, unable to understand what she feels as blow to her head. Then a terrible pain in her cheek. She falls backward and loses consciousness. Everything becomes dark and warm. She can hear bubbling water, then a burning pain in her lungs. She comes round and starts coughing up blood, stares up at the ceiling for a few seconds, feels the blade of the knife moving about inside her chest. Her heart quivers a few times, then stops. It all goes quiet. It feels as if she is wading out into warm water, a silver grey river that is flowing gently on into the night. Part 20. The police have only had the third film for 80 minutes. Then the emergency call center receives a phone call from a woman who says in a monotone that her daughter has been murdered. The time is 4:45. Then Margot parks her Lincoln town car in front of the fluttering tape of the police cordon. The policeman who went inside to see if the victim could be saved is sitting on the step of the neighboring doorway. His face is grey and there is a dark look in his eyes. A paramedic puts a blanket round his shoulders and checks his blood pressure as Adam talks to him. The woman who found her daughter is in hospital with her sister. Margot make a mental note to go and talk to her later. Once the tranquilizers have softened the burning layer of pain and shock. While Margot was driving to Hagerstown, she would call Joona at the hospital to tell him about the third murder. He sounded very tired but listened to everything she told him, and for some strange reason that made her feel calmer. Margot passes the inner cordon and enters the hallway of the block of flats. Floodlights illuminate the stairwell, reflecting off the glass covering the list of residents' names. Margot pulls on some shoe protectors and carries on past the forensic officers who are sitting out, stepping plates in silence. She stops in the harsh glare of the floodlight. The metal clicks as it heats up. The smell of warm blood and urine is overpowering and acrid. A forensic officer is filming the room according to a set procedure. On the linoleum floor sits a woman with an utterly ravaged face, her chest split open. Her glasses have fallen off into the pool of blood beside the table. She is lying with her hand over her left breast. Her soft skin shimmers pearly white beneath her blood-blackened hand. She has evidently been placed in that position after death. but it doesn't look particularly sexual. Margot stands there for a few moments looking at the devastating scene. As the display of brutality, the blood sprayed out by a stabbing knife, the arterial spatter on the smooth door of the kitchen cupboard, and the smeared blood left by the victim's struggle and the spasmodic jerking of her body. They know far too little about the second murder, but this one seems to follow the pattern of the first exactly. The level of brutality is inconceivable and appears to extend far beyond the moment of death. Once the fury of the attack beside, the body was arranged slightly before being left at the scene of the murder. In the first case, the victim's fingers had been inserted into her mouth, and this time her hand is covering her breasts. Margot steps aside to make way for one of the forensic officers who is lying out boards on the floor. With her hand on her protruding stomach, she carries on into the bedroom and looks down into the open drawer at the porcelain deer, chestnut brown, except for the break where the head should be. After a while, she returned to the victim. She stares once again at the carefully stacked arrangement of the hand on her chest, and a thought flits through her head and vanishes. There is something she recognizes. Margot stands for a while and thinks before leaving the flat and going back to her car. She starts the engine and holds one hand on the wheel and the other on her stomach, moves it down to counter the baby's rapid movements with her fingertips. The small nudges from the other side from the beginning. She tried to make herself more comfortable, but the steering wheel presses against her stomach. What is it? I can't quite remember. She thinks, I could have been 5 years ago in a different police district, but I definitely read something. Something about the hands or the deer. She can't help thinking that she won't get any sleep tonight if she doesn't work out what it is. Margot turns into paulo-coelho and pulls up beside the rock face. Her phone rings and Margot sees the picture of Jenny in her cowboy hat from Tucson on the screen. National crime, Margot answers. I need to report a crime, Jenny says. If it is urgent, you should call 112, she says, parking more neatly. But otherwise, this is about a crime against public decency, Jenny interrupts. Can you be a bit more specific? Margot asks, opening the car door. If you come here, I can show you. Margot has to take the phone from her ear as she gets out of the car and locks it. Sorry, what did you say? I just called to find out where you would go to, Jenny says in a different tone of voice. I am on Kungsholmen. I have got on. You haven't got time. You need to come home straight away. She cuts in. What is happened? Seriously, Margot, this is hopeless. For God's sake, you were the one who picked Sunday. They will all here any minute. Don't be cross with me. I just can't let go of this case before. You are not coming? Jenny interrupts. Is that what you are saying? I thought it was next weekend, Margot replies. How the hell could you think that? Margot had completely forgotten about dinner with her family. The idea was for her, Jenny, to thank everyone for their support during the Pride Festival. Everyone who had marched with banners saying, Proud parents and families. You will just have to explain that I will be a bit late, she says, stopping 10 meters from the entrance to police headquarters. Look, this isn't on, Jenny says. Then ask a deep breath. I am actually feeling pretty let down. You got a career opportunity and I was happy to support you and look after the children while I worked, and now I am working just like. But you are working the whole bloody time, and that was what we agreed, Margot interrupts. She starts walking toward the entrance as a colleague comes out and unlocks the heavy chain around the rear wheel of a motorbike. Okay, that was what we agreed, Jenny says quietly. I have got to go now, but I will be home as soon as. Margot stops when she realizes that Jenny has hung up on her. She carries on into the lobby, passes the security doors and heads towards the lifters. Maria Carlson, the first victim, had her hand in her mouth. Margot thinks once more. That wasn't enough for her to discern a pattern, but when she saw Sandra Ludgren lying there with her hand over one breast, she had a fleeting sense of a connection. It didn't look natural, it was arranged. She walks along the empty corridor to her office, closes the door behind her and sits down at the computer and searches for arranged bodies. She can hear sirens from emergency vehicles somewhere. Margot kicks off her shoes as she clicks through the result. Now here, does she find any similarity to her murders? Her stomach feels tight and she undoes her belt together. She expands the search to cover the whole country, and when the list of results appears, she knows she is found what she was looking for: a murder in Salem. The victim was found with her hand round her own neck. She had been arranged like that after she died. The preliminary investigation had been conducted by the Swordale Police District. As she read, she remembered more details. Far too much had leaked to the press. The extreme level of brutality had been focused primarily on the victim's face and upper body. The dead woman had been found in her bathroom with her hand round her own throat. The victim's name was Rebecca Hansen. She had been wearing pajama bottoms and a sweater, and according to the post-mortem, she had not been subjected either to rape or attempted rape. Margot's heart is pounding in her chest as she finds the information about Oscar-wilde, a priest. She reads that an arrest warrant was issued for him in his absence, and he was subsequently apprehended in connection with a traffic accident. The forensic evidence against him was compelling. Oscar-wilde underwent a forensic psychiatric examination and was consigned to Curzon District Hospital with specific restrictions placed on any parole application. I have found the murderer, Margot thinks, and her hand is trembling as she reaches for the phone and calls Curzon Hospital. When she finds out that Oscar-wilde is locking up and that he has even been let out on license, she demands an immediate meeting with the head of security. Barely 2 hours later, Margot is sitting in the office of the head of security. Neil Lindgren is the gleaming white main building, discussing the security arrangements for Section T4. Neil is a thick-set man with a fleshy forehead and neat, stubby hands. He leans back in his chair as he explains the secure perimeter fences, the alarm system, the airlock and pass cards. That all sounds very good, Margot says when Neil falls silent. But the question is, could Oscar-wilde have managed to get out anyway? You are welcome to meet him, if that would make you feel any better, he smiles. You are absolutely sure you would have noticed if he escaped and came back to the same day? No. Once escaped, Neil said. But hypothetically, Margot goes on, if he got out immediately after you did your round at 8 o'clock, when would he have to be back today, in order for his absence not to be noticed? Neil's smile faded and his hands fall to his lap. Today is Sunday, he says slowly. He wouldn't need to be back before 5 o'clock, but he knows the doors are locked and alarmed, and the whole area is covered with surveillance cameras. Part 21. On a large monitor, 30 squares show what is being picked up by the facility's security cameras. A technician in his 60s shows Margot the system of CCTV cameras, motion activated cameras, the locations, and the laser and infrared barriers. According from the surveillance cameras are stored for a maximum of 30 days. This is section D4, he says, pointing. The corridor, day room, exercise yard, fence, the outside of the fence, the outside of the building, and these show the park and the driveway. The monitor shows an image of the hospital as it was at 5 o'clock that morning. The static glow from the lamps make the park look strangely lifeless. The clock in the corner of the screen moves on, but everything remains perfectly still. When the man speeds up the replay, a few trees appear to move in the wind. The nighttime security guard walks along the corridor and disappears into the staff room. Suddenly, the technician stops the film and points at an area of grass that spreads out like a patch of grey water. Margot leans forward and sees a number of dark shapes against the bushes and trees. The technician enlarges the image and plays the footage. 3 deer appears in the glow of the lamp. They walk across the grass. All stop at once, stand still with their necks craned, then carry on. He shrinks the image and hits fast forward again. Daylight arrives and the transparent shadows grow sharper as the sun rises. Cars arrive and staff go inside and spread out through the corridors and tunnels. The technician stops the recording to show the night staff leaving. Margot watches the morning round in the various sections in silence. There is very little activity, given that it is Sunday. There is no sign of Oscar-wilde among the patients who have opted to go out into the exercise yard. They carry on fast forwarding, stopping occasionally to look more closely at anyone in the corridor. But everything seems to be calm as the hours tick by. And there you are, the technician says with a smile. He enlarges one square to show her struggling to get out of her car, and her wrapped dress slip open, revealing her pink underwear. Oops, she mumbled. Margot sees herself walk across the car park with her big leather bag over her shoulder, her hands round her stomach. She goes round the corner of the building and disappears from view, but the next camera picks her up outside the entrance. At the same time, she is visible from another angle on a camera above the reception desk in the lobby. I disappeared for a few seconds as I went round the corner of the building, she says. No, he says calmly. It felt like it, she insists. He goes back to the image of her getting out of her car, flashing her underwear, following her cross the car park, and stop the recording as she walked round the corner of the building and disappears from that screen. I have got a camera here that ought to. He enlarges another square, showing the end of the building, and lots of leaves, but not her. He plays the footage slowly and she comes into view outside the entrance. Okay, you are gone for a few seconds, he eventually says. There are always going to be tiny gaps in the system. Could someone exploit them to escape? The technician leans back, and the wad of chewing tobacco beneath his lip slips down over one of his teeth as he shakes his head. Not even theoretically, he says firmly. How certain are you of that? Pretty much 100%, he replies. Okay, Margot says. She gets up laboriously from her chair and thanks him for his help. If Rocky couldn't have escaped, she is going to have to think again. The murder he committed has to be linked to the recent killings. There are no coincidences on that level. The priest must have had someone helping him. An appearance on the outside, she thinks to herself, unless they are dealing with a completely independent copycat or someone with whom Rocky-Coelho has been communicating. The technician leads her back through the deserted corridors to Neil Lindegan's room. The head of security is talking to a woman in a white coat when Margot walks in. I need to talk to Rocky-Coelho, she says, but it is not even certain that he will be able to remember what he is been doing today. Neil says, gesturing toward the doctor. Coelho has a serious neurological injury, the doctor explains. His memories only come back to him as tiny fragments, and sometimes he does things without being aware of them at all. Is he dangerous? He would already be getting prepared for rehabilitation back into society if he would show any indication that that is what he wants. Neil says he doesn't want to get out. Is that what you are saying? Margot asks. We start socializing most of our inmates fairly early. They get a chance to meet people outside the hospital, have supervised excursions, but he mostly keeps to himself and won't accept any visitors. He never phone anyone, writes no letters, and doesn't use the internet, the doctor says. Does he talk to the other patients? Sometimes. As I understand it, Neil replies, I need to know which patients have been discharged from Section D4 during the time he's been there, she says, sitting down on the chair she sat on earlier. She looks round Neil's tidy office while he searches his computer. He's got no photographs on display, no books or ornaments. Have you found anything? She asks, and can hear how anxious her voice sounds. Neil turns the screen to show her. Not much, he says. That section has a very low turnover of patients. There are a few who have been moved to other psychiatric institutions, but we have only had 2 inmates discharged in the time Rocky has been here. 2 in 9 years? That is normal, the doctor says. Margot opens her leather bag, takes out her notebook and writes the name down. How I want to see Rocky-Coelho, he says. Part 22. 2 guards with emergency alarms, batons and tasers on their belts accompany Margot through the airlocks and into the corridor where Rocky-Coelho's section is located. He is sitting on the bunk in his room watching a formula I race on a television fixed to the wall up near the ceiling. The shimmering cars move around the track like dragonflies, with their bursts of speed and metallic colors. My name is Margot Silverman. I am a superintendent with the National Criminal Investigation Department, she explains, leaning back against his desk chair. Adam fucked Eve, and then she got pregnant and gave birth to Cain, Rocky says, looking at her stomach. I have come here from Stockholm to talk to you. You are not observing the day of rest, Rocky states, then look back at the television. Are you? She asked, pulling the chair out and sitting down. What have you done today? His face is calm. His nose looks like it was broken at some point. His cheeks are covered with a grey beard, and there are folds in his thick neck. Have you been out today? She asked, and wait a moment before going on. You haven't been out in the exercise yard, but perhaps there are other ways of getting out. Rocky Curlot shows no reaction. His eyes are following the car on the screen. One of the guards by the door shifts his weight and the keys on his belt jangle. Who have you been in contact with on the outside? She asked. Friends, relative and patients. The turbo engine roar. They sound like chainsaws cutting through dry wood over and over again. Margot looks at his stockinged feet, the worn heels and clumsy darning of one sock. I have been told that you don't see any visitors. Rocky doesn't answer. His stomach rises and falls calmly under his denim shirt. One hand is resting between his legs and he is leaning back against two pillows. But you do have personal contact with the staff. Some of them have worked here for many years. You must have got to know each other, haven't you? Rocky Curlot remains silent. On the television, a Ferrari driver comes into the pit at speed before his car has even stopped. The crew are ready to change his tires. You have your meals with patients from other sections and you share the exercise yard. Who do you like best? If you had to say a name. A Bible with about 60 bookmarks in the form of red thread is lying on the bedside table. Beside it stands a dirty milk glass. Light filtered by the trees comes through the vertical bars on the window. Margot shifts position uncomfortably on the chair and takes the notebook containing the names of two discharged patients out of her bag. Do you remember Jens Ramberg, Marek Semyovic? She asked. Do you? Don't you? One car collides with another and spins round in a cloud of smoke while parts of the car fly across the track. Do you have any memory of what you were doing earlier today? She waits a while, then stands up again as the accident is replayed on the screen. It is glow reflecting off Rocky's face and chest. The guards doesn't meet her gaze as they leave the room together. Rocky doesn't seem to notice her departure. As she walks back toward the car park, she can feel the technician watching her on one of the 30 cameras. Before she drives back, she sits in the car and reads through the material about the murder of Rebecca Hanson and thinks that Rocky Curlot must be involved in the new murders in some way, if only as a sort of distant rodef. Margot sees that Erik Maria Bark was part of the team that conducted the forensic psychiatric evaluation of Curlot. Their conclusions, which formed the basis of the sentence, were based upon long conversations between Erik and Rocky. Erik evidently managed to gain his trust. She notices that he has taken part in almost 100 forensic psychiatric evaluations and has been called as an expert witness during 40 trials. Part 23. Adam Yusuf is sitting in his car next to his wife Katrina. She is massaging her hands and the smell of her hand cream is spreading through the car. It is starting to get dark and the traffic of Wellenwagen is fairly light. They have been to the Dramatic Institute to watch her brother Ford's performance about a post-punk group, The Cure. The middle-aged singer, Robert Smith, was depicted sitting without any makeup on a carousel horse, talking about his years at Notre Dame Middle School. Adam stops at a red light and looks at Katrina. She is plucked her eyebrows a bit too much, making her face look rather cruel. You are not saying anything, he says. She shrugged her shoulders. He looked at her nails. She is painted them in a color that shifts from violet to pink at their tips. He ought to say something about them. Katrina, he says, what is it? She looks him in the eye with a seriousness that makes him scared. I don't want to have the baby, she explains. You don't? She shakes her head and the red light disappears from her face. He turns back toward the traffic light. It is turned green, but he can't bring himself to drive on. I am not sure I want children at all, she whispers. You have only just got pregnant, he says helplessly. Can't you wait? See if you change your mind. I am not going to, she says simply. He nods and swallows. A car blows its horn a couple of times before overtaking on the right, and then the light goes red again. He looks at the switch for the hazard warning light, but can't be bothered to press it. Okay, he says. I have made up my mind. I have booked an appointment to have an abortion next week. Do you want me to come with you? There is no need, but I could wait in the car while. I don't want you there, she interrupts. He stares at the car driving across the junction in front of them. Then at some blackbirds flying overhead. They are describing a wide arc in front of Stockholm's Olympic Stadium. He is losing her. It is already happening. Recently, he has been trying to show her he loves her every day. They love each other. After all, they really do. Or at least he thought they did. What if she is lying when she says she is going out with her workmates at Sephora after work every Thursday? She never talked about it, and he hasn't been interested enough to ask or go along. The light goes green again and he moves his foot onto the accelerator and drives on. They are approaching Sveavägen when his phone rings. Can you look and see who it is? She picks up the phone from the pocket by the gear stick and turns it over. It is your boss. Adam looks away from the traffic for a moment before taking the phone. Margot, he says in a weak voice. It is the same deer, she says. The broken edge of the deer is Sandra's room. Has been matching with the little head found in Susanna Kern's hand. 100%. It seemed completely mad when we saw it on the video, Margot says, sounding like she is panting for breath. But all it means is that the murders are planned long before they take place, that someone has recorded them and then waited possibly for weeks. But why? Adam asked, feeling his hand sweating on the wheels. The murders are following each other like a string of pearls. a ring of roses. He thinks the order of death is ordained long before anyone pulls the trigger. That ought to give us more time in theory, but not in practice, seeing as the murderer doesn't upload the video until it is too late for us to identify the scene or the woman. I have found some similarities with an old case, Margot says. What did you say? Are you listening? Yes, sorry. He looks at Katrina's face, turned away from him. As he listened to Margot tell him about the similarities with an old murder in Salem, about the priest who was found guilty, about Rebecca Hanson's ravaged face and arranged posture. She explains that she has checked the security arrangements at Gersuden and that it seems impossible that anyone could have got out without it being discovered. So he must have an accomplice, a disciple, unless it is a copycat. Okay, Adam says hesitantly. Do you think I am making too much of this? Maybe, he says honestly. I can understand that, but right now it doesn't matter. You will see what I mean when you take a look. Do you want us to go and have a word with the priest? Adam asked. I am on my way back from there now. Weren't you and Jenny supposed to be having some sort of big dinner today? That is next weekend, she says curtly. So what did he say then? Nothing. He didn't even look at me, she says. It appears I am completely devoid of interest. Nice, Adam says. That seems to be par for the course with him, he says tolerantly. That was why they brought Erik Maria Bark into the team conducting the forensic psychiatric examination. He gets people to talk. Apart from our witness, Adam points out, practically the entire investigation had its foundation in his conversations with Kerlode. Margot explains, it is a huge amount of material. We are going to have to get people to examine every last detail. How long is that going to take? That is why I am on my way to see Erik Maria Bark now. Margot says, now? Well, I am already in the car, so am I? Adam laughs. But I am certainly not thinking of. I have to say, it would be brilliant to have you there, she interrupts amiably. Part 24. Erik is sitting in his reading chair with a copy of the Swedish Psychiatric Association's journal in his lap, thinking about dinner at Nellie and Martin's. They invite him around fairly often to their huge modernist house with its curved windows and a terrace that looks like the bridge of an old sailing yacht. After dinner, Martin took off his tie and led them through the house, clutching a glass of Calvados in his hand. In his study, he had a fairly small oil painting he had just been given by his aunt in Westphalia. It was of a gloomy-looking angel. Nellie thought it was horribly and tried to offer it to Erik. Martin agreed with her, but Erik declined the offer because it was obvious that he wanted to keep it really. When Martin had to take a call from Sydney, Erik and Nellie went to the billiard room. Nellie poured more wine. She was already fairly drunk. Her eyes were moist and she was leaning against the raised edge of the table. Martin looks at pawn, she slurred. Why do you think that? Erik asked, rolling a ball across the green base. I don't care. It is nothing perverse. Does it make you sad? Not jealous, but I don't know. You should see the women. They are young and beautiful and they do things I would never dare to try, she said, reaching out and touching his lips. Talk to him. Is youth the only thing that counts? She drawled. Not to me. What does matter then? What do you want? What does any man really want? She said, swaying slightly. He helped her to her bedroom, but left before she took off her matcha-colored dress. When Nellie called him to discuss two Iranian priestess from the unit for survivors of torture out in Derail, he took the opportunity to thank her for dinner. She just laughed and said he should be grateful she didn't get too drunk and embracing. Now Erik leans back in his armchair and thinks about the bottle of champagne in the fridge that he opened earlier all alone. He sealed it with some argon, a noble gas that will have kept it tasting like new. If he were to have a glass now, that would get rid of my headache, Erik thinks as he sees a car headlight sweep in through the large glass window. With a short sigh, he gets up and puts the journal on the smoking table, leaves his slippers on the floor and goes to open the door. He watches Margot struggle out of her car and wave to him. Then another car pulls into the drive. A younger man with short, dark hair hurried over to Margot and exchanged a few words with her. Behind the pair of them comes a beautiful young woman with clear eyes and a serious face. Erik shakes hands with Margot and the young man, whom she introduced as a colleague working on the murder investigation with her. The young woman hesitates in the doorway. Her black coat is shiny with rain, and she looks frozen. I didn't have time to take my wife home, Adam explains, looking unexpectedly awkward. This is Katrina. Adam didn't want me to wait in the car, she says softly. You are more than welcome to come in, Erik says, shaking her hand. Thank you. What wonderful fingernails, he says, holding onto her hand to look at them for a few seconds. She smiles in surprise and her dark eyes warm up instantly. Erik invites them to take their coat off, then step into the porch to close the front door properly. The gentle rain is dripping rhythmically through the leaves of the lilac. The road is shimmering under the streetlight, and suddenly he imagines he can see the silhouette of tall figure in his own garden. He switches the outside light on, thinking that it must have been the scrawny juniper next to the wheelbarrow. Erik shuts the door and shows them into the library, where Katrina stops, looking a little embarrassed. I am probably not supposed to overhear your conversation, she says. You can sit here if you like, Erik says, pulling a folio off the shelf. I don't know about you, but I am a bit addicted to Caravaggio. He puts the art book down on the table, then shows the detective in his study. Adam closes the door behind them. We found a third victim today, Margot says at once. A third victim, Erik says. We were expecting it, but it is still a blow. She looks down toward her stomach, and the corners of her mouth switch slightly, possibly from exhaustion. She has a deep frown on her forehead that stretches down between her eyebrows. What can I help you with? Erik asked neutrally. Do you know a man called Rocky Garlot? Margot asked, looking up at him. Should I? You ought to know that he was sentenced to psychiatric care after a forensic psychiatric evaluation 9 years ago. Of course, I am sure that is right, Erik says gently. As soon as she mentioned Rocky's name, it occurred to him that she might know everything that he's been found out. You were part of the team, Margot explains. Okay, Erik says. He spent hours conjuring up different scenarios in which he is confronted with what happened, and then imagining possible reactions and answers that couldn't be regarded as lies even though they keep him out of it. And we have reason to believe that he confided in you. I don't remember that, but he had murdered a woman in Salem in a way that is reminiscent of the murders that I am carefully investigating, Margot says, without further elaboration. If he is being released and is killing again, then something has gone very wrong with the parole process, Erik replies, just as he had planned. He hasn't been released. He is still in custody and he hasn't left the facility at all, she says. I have just been out there and spoken to the head of security. Part 25. Margot opened her leather bag and hands Erik a copy of the verdict and the forensic psychiatric evaluation. The standard lamp shines warmly off the polished oak floor and leather binding of the volumes in the built-in bookcases. It is so dark outside the leaded windows that the fruit tree's dense network of branches is completely invisible. Erik sits down opposite Adam at the little octagonal table, leaves through the material, nods and look up. Yes, I remember him. We think he has an apprentice, a disciple, maybe a copycat. That is possible if the similarities are that strong. Well, I can't actually give an opinion. Margot shakes her wrist to get her watch in the right place. I spoke to Oscar-wilde today, she says. I asked him a lot of questions, but he just sat there in silence on his bed, staring at the television. He suffered serious brain damage, Erik says, gesturing toward the old evolution. He could hear and understand everything he said. He just didn't want to answer. Margot smiles. It is often rather difficult to start with when you are dealing with this sort of patient. She leans forward so that her stomach ends up resting on her thighs. Can you help us? How? Talk to him. He trusted you before. You know him. Erik's heart starts to beat faster. He mustn't show any feeling. So slowly clasps his hands together to stop them shaking. They are probably going to find the tape recording of the forensic psychiatric evaluation in which Rocky talked about his alibi. But because Rocky is guilty, Erik can always say that he didn't take the idea of an alibi seriously if it comes up. What do you want to know? We want to know who he was working with. Erik nods and thinks that he will be free at last after this. He will no longer have to carry the burden of knowledge that he can't afford. He can tell them about the person Rocky blamed, whether or not Rocky just sits there in silence. He could even hypnotize Virgin Kern again and then tell them about the hand clasped to Susanna's ear. Naturally, this is rather outside my usual remit, he begins. Of course, we did pay. That is not what I meant. I need to know the outline of the task so I know what to say to my employers. Margot nods with her lips half open, as though she were about to say something but decided against it. And I need to know what to say to the patient, Erik goes on. I mean, am I allowed to let him know that you think his former associate has started killing again? Margot waves her hand. Erik notes that her colleague seems to have stiffened slightly as he sits there with his arms folded. We will have to see if we can give any room for negotiation, Margot says. We don't know yet, of course, but you might be able to offer him supervised excursions outside the hospital. She falls silent as if she is run out of breath. Her hand goes to her stomach, her thin wedding ring sits tightly around her swollen finger. What did you say to him today? Erik asked. I asked which people he had most contact with. Does he know why you were asking? No. He didn't react at all to anything I said. He has epileptic activity in his brain which affects his memory, and according to his diagnosis, he suffers from a narcissistic paranoid disorder, but all the evidence suggests that he is intelligent. Erik falls silent. What are you thinking? Margot asked. I would like to authority to be able to tell him why I am asking him these questions. Tell him about the serial killer. He will probably work out that I am lying otherwise. Margot. Adam says, I have to. What? He looks troubled as he lowers his voice. This is police work, he says. We haven't got a choice, she says curtly. I just think you are going too far now, Adam says. Am I? First you get Joona Linna mixed up in this, and now you are going to let a hypnotist do police work. Joona Linna, Erik asked. I am not talking to you, Adam says. He is back, Margot says. Where? Back probably isn't the right word, Adam says. He is living with the Romanian Roma out in hiding. He is an alcoholic, and we don't know that. She interrupts. Okay, Joona's best, Adam says. Margot meets Erik quizzical gaze. Joona fainted and ended up in A&E at St. Gorian's, she says. When? Erik asked, getting to his feet. Yesterday. Erik immediately picked up his phone and dialed the number of a colleague in the hospital's intensive care unit and wait as the call goes through. When can you talk to Rocky? Margot asked, standing up. I will head out there first thing tomorrow, Erik says, as his colleague answers the phone. Part 26. After a short conversation with a doctor at St. Gorian's Hospital, Erik accompanies the two detectives to the door. Katrina and Adam don't look at each other as they walk out into the hall, and Erik gets the distinct impression that they have had a row. The three of them leave the house and are swallowed up by the darkness as soon as they move beyond the circle of light in front of the door. Erik hears their footsteps on the gravel path leading to the drive. Then they come into view again when the inside of their cars light up. He returns to his study and sees that the fax of the emergency records has arrived, and that, in line with the correct procedure, the patient's name and ID number have been blanked out. Joona arrived by ambulance after a priority one call for the emergency command center. Erik glances through the record of his blood pressure, heartbeat, breathing frequency, oxygenation, temperature, and level of consciousness. He was suffering from malnutrition, fever, confusion, and poor circulation. The triage nurse made the right call for the available evidence when she suspected that he was suffering from blood poisoning. After checking his blood gases and lactic acid, she allocated him triage level orange, the second highest level of priority. Because of his variable vital signs, Joona Linna was placed in a room under close supervision and attached to a monitor. While they were waiting for the result of his blood analysis, they have him broad spectrum antibiotics and a colloid solution to help his circulation and fluid balance. But Joona disappeared before the antibiotic could take effect. He hadn't given an address. Given his symptoms, his condition was life-threatening unless he received treatment. Erik leaves his study and picks up his jacket in the hall. He doesn't bother to switch the light off. It is no longer raining. The night air is cool and the car windows are covered with condensation. He turns the window screen wipers on and waits for them to clear the screen before he drives off. It is close to midnight and the streets are almost empty. Beyond the yellow glow of the street lamp, beyond the speed cameras and barriers and noise reduction screens, the late summer night is as dark as heavy velvet. He drives down Storing London, turns on to Central Wagon toward Delham's Wagon, heading into an industrial area with high fences, then emerges into a patch of woodland. There never used to be any beggars in Sweden, but over the past few years, migrants from the EU have become visible in Swedish towns and cities. They have come here to plead for help on their knees in the snow outside a supermarket with outstretched hand and empty paper cups. It is struck Erik several times that modern seeds have reacted with unexpected generosity to this change, considering the country's dark history of discrimination and enforced sterilization. There are faint lights between the trees. He slows down and drives towards them, turning onto a gravel track, and the tiny monkey attached to his ignition key bounced up and down. Is a clearing. He can see sheets flapping on a rope strung between two trees. Lengths of plywood have been nailed together and covered with tarpaulin and plastic. Erik turns round and parks with two wheels on the verge. He locks up and walks away for the car, staring at amongst the trees. The air smells of potatoes and liquid gas. Four battered caravans are standing in a row with crooked wooden shacks between them. Smoke is rising from a buckled oil drum. Glowing embers drift up, spreading a stench of burning plastic. Joona Linna is here somewhere, Erik thinks. He has got advanced blood poisoning and is going to die unless he gets the right antibiotic very soon. No other person on the planet has done as much for Erik as the tall detective. A woman with a shawl over her head gives him a weary look and hurries away as he approaches. He carries on toward the first caravan and knocks on the door. On a beautiful rug beneath the caravan stand 5 shabby pairs of trainers of various size. Joona, Erik says loudly and knocks again. The caravan sways slightly and then the door is opened by an old man with eyes made cloudy by cataracts. Behind him sits a child on a mattress. On the floor a woman is asleep, fully dressed in a woolly hat and a winter coat. Joona, Erik says in a subdued voice. A thick-set man in a padded tunic suddenly appears behind him and asks what he wants his broken Swedish. I am looking for a friend of mine. His name is Joona Linna, Erik says. We don't want problems, the man says with an anxious look. Okay, Erik says and walks over to the second caravan and knocks on the door. It is covered with circular scotch marked as if people had stubbed cigarettes out on it. A young woman in glasses cautiously opened the door. She is wearing a thick sweater and baggy sweatpants with damp knees. I am looking for a sick friend, Erik says. Next house. She whispers with a frightened look in her eyes. A tired child has come over and pokes at Erik with a plastic crocodile. Erik stepped across to crutches lying on the ground and walk up to the third caravan. The windows are broken and covered with pieces of cardboard. In the darkness between the trees, An unshaven, tired-looking man is smoking a cigarette. Erik knocks on the door and opens it when there is no answer. In the glow of a clock radio, he sees his friend. Joona Linna is lying on the damp mattress with a folded blanket as a pillow. As old woman in an old-fashioned quilted jacket is sitting beside him, trying to get him to drink some water from a spoon. Joona, he says quietly. The floor creaks as Erik climbs inside the caravan. The water in a plastic bucket sloshes with the movement. The carpet on the floor is wet with rain by the door, and there is a strong smell of damp and cigarette smoke. There are scraps of bluish-grey cloth covering the cardboard patched windows. As Erik moves further inside, he sees a crucifix on the wall. Joona's face is emaciated, covered by a grey beard, and his chest looks unnaturally sunken. His eyes look yellow and his gaze is so unfocused that Erik isn't sure if he is actually conscious. I am going to give you an injection before we leave, Erik says, putting his bag down on the floor. Joona barely reacts when Erik pulls his sleeve up, wipes the crook of his arm with a swab, looks for a vein and then injects a mixture of penicillin and aminoglycoside. Can you stand up? He asked as he put a plaster where he stuck the needle. Joona lifts his head slightly and coughs emptily. Erik helps him get up on his knee. A thin can rolls across the floor. Joona coughs again, points at the woman and tries to say something. I can't hear, Erik says. Krina need to be paid, Joona hisses. And stand up. She is helped me. Erik nods and takes his wallet out. He gives the woman a 500 kroner note, and she nods and smiles with her lips closed. Erik opens the door and helps Joona down the step. A bald man in a crumpled suit stands outside and holds the caravan door open for them. Thanks, Erik says. From the other direction, a blond man in a black shiny jacket is approaching. He is hiding something behind his back. Beside the next caravan stands a third man with a soot-stained saucepan in his hand. He is wearing jeans and a denim waistcoat, and his bare arms are dark with tattoos. You have got a nice car, he calls out with a grin. Erik and Joona start to walk toward the road, but the blunt man blocks their path. He needs some rent, he says. I have already paid, Erik says. The bald man shouts into the caravan and the old woman comes to the door and holds up the money she has just been given. The man snatches the note, says something angrily, then spits at her. We have to collect rent from everyone here, the blond man explains, showing the length of metal pipe in his hand. Erik mutters in agreement and thinks it would be best just to try to get to the car. Then Joona stops. Give the money back to her, he says, pointing at the bald man. I owe the caravan. The blond man says, I own all this. Every mattress, every single fucking saucepan. I am not talking to you, Joona says and cuffs into the crook of his arm. It is not worth it, Erik whispers, his heart pounding in his chest. For fuck's sake, we have got a deal with them, the tattooed man shouts. Erik, get in the car, Joona says, and limps over the man. It costs us more now, the blond man says. I have got a bit more money, Erik says, taking his wallet out. Don't do it, Joona says. Erik gives a few more notes to the blond man. That is not enough, he says. Give it all back, Joona tells the blond man feebly. It is only money. Erik says quickly and pulls out the last couple of notes. Not to Krina, Joona says. Run home and hide before we change our minds. The blonde man grins and points at them with the metal pipe. Part 27. Joona stands still with his arms wrapped around him, leaning forward slightly. He sees the blonde man change his grip on the pipe and move to the side. The bald man takes off his jacket and hangs it over a plastic chair. Joona slowly raises his head and looks the bald man in the eyes. Give the money back to Krina, he repeats. The bald man grins with surprise and steps sideways into the darkness. There is a click as he unfolds the blade of a flick knife. I am going to hurt you if you don't drop the knife on the ground now, Joona says in his melancholic Finnish accent and takes a step forward. The bald man crouches down and moves aside, holding the knife in a classic hammer grip, then reaches forward and takes a few trial stabs. Be careful, Joona says and cuffs gently. The knife is sharp and glimpses in the weak light. Joona watches it with his eyes and tries to read man's irregular movements. Do you want to die? The man groans. I may look slow, Joona says, but I am going to take the knife and break your arm with the elbow. And if you don't lie still after that, I will puncture your right lung. Stab the fin, the blonde man shouts. Stab the fucking fin, and I will deal with you next. Once I have got the knife, Joona says, stumbling into a rusty bicycle. The bald man swings the knife to the side unexpectedly and the blade catches Joona across the back of his hand, which starts to bleed. The blonde man backs away with a forced smile. Joona wipes the blood from his hand on his trousers. The bald man shouts something to the blonde one. A baby starts crying in one of the caravan. The blonde man moves in behind Joona's back. He notices, but it is too weak to move. When Joona glances over his shoulder, the bald man mounts an attack. He aims low toward Joona's kidneys. The white blade jabs forward like a lizard's tongue. It happens fast, but everything is still. There is a physical memory. Joona doesn't think as he deflects the knife, grabs the man's hand and closes his fingers over his cold knuckles. Everything happens in rapid succession. Joona bends the man's wrist, puts his other hand under his elbow and jerks forward. When the man's arm breaks, there is a cracking sound like standing on a twig beneath deep snow. Splinters of the radial bone pierce through ligament and tissue, and a squirt of blood spatters a filthy bucket. The man sinks to his knees, screaming, and bends double on the ground. Behind you, Erik shouts. Joona turns. Suddenly giddy, he stumbled in a pool of water, stares up at the top of the pines against the sky, but manages to keep his balance. He spins the knife between his fingers, changes his grip and hides it behind his body as he approaches the blonde man. Leave me the fuck alone, the man shouts and swipes at the air with the pipe. Joona goes straight in, takes the next blow on his shoulder, cuts the man across the forehead and rams his lower arm up into the man's armpit, knocking his arm out its socket as the pipe falls to the ground. The blonde man gasps as he clutches the top of his arm, moves backward, but can't see anything for the blood running into his eyes. He stumbled over a pile of wood and remained there, laying on his back. The man with the saucepan has disappeared into the darkness behind the camp. Joona walks over, leans down and takes the money from both men, panting as he does so. He knocks on the door of the caravan, leaning against the frame of stone, himself falling. Erik runs over and holds him up when he staggers. "Give the money to Krina," Joona says and sits down on the step. Erik opens the caravan door, sees the woman in the gloom at the far end, looks her in the eye and shows her where he hides the money under her carpet. Joona slips down into the glass with his head resting against one of the concrete blocks holding the caravan up. The tattooed man comes back round the first caravan. He is holding a shotgun and is approaching with long strides. Erik realizes that Joona is in no condition to run, so crawls beneath the caravan and tries to pull him in behind him. "Try to help," he whispers. Joona kicks his leg and slowly slides in. The grit catches his jacket and they can hear steps nearby. They hear the man with the gun open the caravan door and shout at the old woman. The floor above them thunders as he goes inside. "Come on," Erik says, rolling further in. He hits his head on a cable tray. Joona shuffles after him, but catches his jacket on a strut. Erik emerges on the other side of the caravan and hides among some nettles. Beneath the caravan, Joona watches as the tattooed man steps down onto the ground again. They hear voices and suddenly the man bends down, puts his hands on the ground and stares right at Joona as he lies under the caravan. "Get them," the blunt man shouts. Joona tries to pull himself free and the seam of his jacket cracks. The tattooed men start to walk around the caravan through the rough underground. Erik slips hurriedly underneath again, rolls over to Joona and frees his jacket. They roll sideways, crawl between the concrete block and emerge into the weeds, toss aside a rusty sheet of thin and take cover beside a shack. The tattooed man comes round the caravan, slips on the wet ground, raises his gun and takes him. Erik pulls Joona out of his line of fire. The man follows them with his gun raised. They crouch down beside a kitchen sink mounted between two trees. The gun goes off and a stack of crockery on the draining board explodes. Broken shards rain down on them. There is shouting and voice echo through the trees now. Erik leads Joona in behind the shack. The tattooed man follows them, the broken crockery crunching beneath his feet. The gun sighs as he expels the cartridge and feeds on a new one. Erik can feel his legs shaking as he pulls Joona after him into the forest. They hurry across the uneven ground, pushing through tight thickest of pine scrub and getting caught on branches. Joona's back is wet with sweat. His hip is burning and he is lost all feeling in one foot. He can't focus properly and fever is rolling through him in waves, rushing icily through his veins and making him shiver with cold. Erik is holding him firmly by the arm as they move through the edge of the wood toward the car. Between the trees they can see the flickering light of pocket torches and a dozen migrants arguing after them. Disarm the tattooed man with the gun. Joona has to rest for a while before he and Erik cross the road and the car. His legs give out and he all but fall into the passenger seat and closes his eyes, coughing so badly that it makes his lung burn. Erik runs round the car, gets in and locks the doors as there is A sudden thud on the windscreen. The blond man with the blood-smeared face is lit up by the headlight. He is holding a heavy branch and raises it again as Erik starts the engine and puts his foot down. The front wheel spins on the verge and grit and small stones fly up beneath the car. There is another crash and the wing mirror comes loose and dangles from its wire as they lurch back into the road. They can already hear the sound of emergency vehicles beyond the patch of woodland. Part 28. Erik took a double dose of pills that night to get to sleep, but still wakes early and get up at first light. He thought he had hung a blue shirt over the back of the chair the night before he advanced of his trip to Sweden, but now he can't find it and has to get another one from his wardrobe. The 3 new murders are reminiscent of the old one, but Rocky has been locked up the whole time and the police believe he had a partner, a disabled, who for some reason has become active again. Erik has been asked to find out what Rocky remembers and ask him about the unclear preacher. Joona is still asleep in the guest room when he leaves the house, perform a makeshift repair on the wing mirror with some duct tape and drives away. As Erik overtakes a house box, he thinks about how he helped Joona take his clothes off, got him into the shower, then put him to bed in the guest room. The towel ended up covered in blood as he cleaned the knife wound to the Finn's hand and taped the edge of the cut together. Joona was awake the whole time, looking at him calmly. Erik gave him an intramuscular tetanus injection, some more penicillin intravenously, got him to drink a glass of water and then examined the injury to his hip. The old wound had caused a lot of internal bleeding, which had run down into his leg beneath the skin. Nothing was broken. Erik injected some cortisone into the muscle just above his hip and tucked him in. On his way back from Sweden hospital, he needs to stop at a chemist and pick up some topiramate for Joona's migraines. The roads are quiet and it is still early in the morning as he drives past catering home and approaches the large institution. Cassius is standing on the step outside reception, tapping his pipe against the railing. He holds out his hand to greet Erik as he approaches along the path. We have conducted numerous neurological examinations, he explains as they head toward the gloomy brick buildings. This isn't my area, but the experts have ruled out surgery. They say the damage to his brain tissue is permanent. He can function, but he just has to accept the blackout and erratic memory. After checking into section D4, they are met by a female member of staff with laughter lines around her eyes. Oscar-wilde is waiting for you in the calm room, she says, shaking hands with Erik. Regardless of the outcome of this meeting, Erik will tell Margot about the unclean preacher, the man Rocky tried to blame 9 years ago. They stop and Cassius explains to the guard that she should wait outside the calm room and then escort Erik to the exit when he is finished. Erik pushes the bead curtain aside and goes in. Rocky is sitting in the middle of one of the sofas with his arms stretched out along the back of it, as if he is been crucified. There is a mug of coffee and a cinnamon bun on the low table in front of him. Gentle classical music is streaming from two loudspeakers. Rocky scratches the back of his head against the wall, then looks at Erik with a completely relaxed expression. No cigarettes today, he says after a while. I can arrange that, Erik replies. Get me a pack of Mogadon instead, Rocky says, tucking his hair behind his ears. Mogadon. Then Jesus will forgive you your sins. I can have a word with your doctor if you are on Mogadon, Rocky interrupts. Or is it Rocky Fall? Erik reaches into his inside pocket and gives him a wall blister pack. Rocky presses one pill out and swallows it without drinking anything. Last time I was here, I asked you about someone, a colleague of yours, Erik says, sitting down in an armchair. I don't have any colleague, Rocky says darkly, because God lost me somewhere along the way and didn't come back to look for me. He moves his white plastic mug and picks up a piece of pearl sugar on his index finger. Do you have any memory of having an accomplice in the murder? Why are you asking? Rocky wonders. We talked about it last time. Did I say I had an accomplice? Yes, Erik lies. Rock closes his eyes and nods slowly to himself. You know, I can't trust my memory, he says and opens his eyes again. I can wake up in the middle of the night and remember a day 20 years ago and write it all down. Then when I read what I wrote a week later, it feels like I made it all up, like it never happened. And of course, I don't really know. It is the same thing with my short-term memory. Half the day disappear. I take my medicine, play billiard, talk to some idiots, eat lunch, then it is all gone. But you haven't said if you had an accomplice when you murdered Rebecca. I don't give a damn about that. You tell me you were here, but I have never met you before. I think you remember that I was here, do you? And I think you lie sometimes, Erik says. Are you saying I tell lies? Just now you referred to the cigarette I gave you last time. I wanted to see if you were keeping up, Rocky says with a smile. So what do you remember? Why should I tell you? He asked, taking a sip of coffee, then licking his lips. Your accomplice has started murdering on his own. Serves you right in that case, Rocky mutters and suddenly starts to shake. The mug falls from his hand, spilling the last of the coffee across the floor. And his chin trembles, his eyes roll backward, his eyelids close and switch. The epileptic attack lasts just a few seconds, then he straightens up, wipes his mouth and looks up, apparently unaware of what just happened. You told me before about a preacher, Erik says. I was alone when I murdered Rebecca Hanson, Rocky says in a low voice. So, who is the unclean preacher? What difference does it make? Just tell me the truth. What do I get out of it? What do you want? I want pure heroin, Rocky says and looks Erik in the eye. You can get permission to go out if you help, Erik says. I don't remember anyway. It is all gone. This is pointless. Erik leans forward in the sofa armchair. I can't help you, remember, he says after a pause. No one can help me, not in a neurological sense, but I can help you remember what happened. How, he says. I can hypnotize you. Rocky sits still, leaning his head back against the wall. His eyes are half closed and his mouth slightly pursed. There is nothing to be convinced about. Hypnosis is merely a way of accessing another level of consciousness by being in a deep state of relaxation. I read the journal Cortex and I remember a long article about neuropsychology and hypnosis, Rocky says, waving his hand. Part 29. They have moved to Rocky's room with the door closed and the lighting turned down. The weak lamplight is reflecting off a Playboy calendar. Erik has set up his tripod, attached the video camera and adjusted the angle and exposure, and has made sure the microphone is pointing in the right direction. A small red dot indicates that the camera is recording. Curlwood is sitting on a chair. His broad shoulders are relaxed, rounded like a bear's. His head is drooping. He slid into deep relaxation very quickly and responded well to the induction. The difficult part isn't that the act of hypnosis, but finding the right level and placing the patient in a state where the brain is as relaxed as possible, yet still able to distinguish between real memories and dreams. Erik is standing just behind Rocky, slowly counting backward as he prepares Rocky to examine his memories. 212, Erik says in a monotone. 211. You will soon find yourself standing outside Rebecca Hasson's house. When a patient is placed in deep hypnosis, the hypnotist often enters a sort of trance as well. In that is known as hypnotic resonance. It is vital that Erik manages to differentiate between his absolute present self and a clearly observing self. The observing self is in his own personal trance, is always underwater. That is become his internal image of hypnotic immersion. While his patients are led through their memories, Erik sinks into a warm sea, past steep cliffs and coral. In this way, Erik can remain utterly present in the patient's experience, yet still maintain a protective distance. 88, 87, 86, Erik goes on in a somnolent voice. The only thing that exists is my voice and your desire to listen to it. With each number, you are sinking deeper and deeper into relaxation. 85, 84. There is nothing dangerous here, nothing to be worried about. As Erik counts down, he sinks through strangely pink water together with Rocky Curlwood. They are following the chain of an anchor. The rusty links are covered in stringy algae. Above them, on the silvery surface, is the hull of a large ship with motionless propellers. They drift lower. Rocky's eyes are closed and small air bubbles are rising from his beard. He's got his arm by his sides, but the water passing them makes his clothes sway. 51, 50, 49. Out of the violet darkness sticks the top of a vast underwater mountain, grey-black like a heap of ash. Rocky raises his face and tries to look, but only the whites of his eyes are visible. His mouth open and his eyes close again. His hair is drifting above his head as bubbles emerge from his nostrils. 11, 10, 9. You will be able to remember all your real memories of Rebecca Hanson when I say so. As Erik sinks through the water, simultaneously he observes Rocky on the chair in his room. A string of saliva is hanging from his mouth and the seam of his white vest are coming looser under his arms. 3, 2, 1. Now you open your eyes and can see Rebecca Hanson, the way she was when you last saw her. Rocky is standing in front of him on top of the underwater mountain, his clothes moving in the gentle current, his hair floating like slow flames above his head. He opened his mouth and large bubbles stream out and float up in front of his face. Tell me what you can see, Erik says calmly. I see her. I am standing in the garden at the back of the house. Through the terrace door, I see her sitting on the sofa watching television. Her knitting needles are moving and a ball of blue wool is slowly unraveling beside her hip. She said she doesn't want to see me, but I think she will open her legs anyway. What is happening? I knock on the glass door. She takes her glasses off and lets me in. She says she has to go to bed because she is working in the morning, but that I can stay the night if I like. Erik doesn't interrupt. Just wait for the next segment of memories. Wait for the images to join up. I sit down on the sofa and touch her necklace. There is an old knitting pattern in a woman's magazine on the floor. Rebecca puts her knitting down on the table and I slip a hand between her thighs. She pulls away, says she doesn't want to, but I pull her nightdress up again. Rocky is breathing heavily. She resists, but I know she has changed her mind. I can see it in her eyes. She wants to this now. I kiss her and put my hand between her legs. He is smiling to himself on the chair, then turns serious. She says we should go to her bedroom, and I put a finger in her mouth and she sucks it. And outside, Rocky stops himself and just stares, his eyes wide open. There is someone outside. I can see a face. There is someone at the window outside the house? Erik asked. It was a face. I go over to glass door, but I can't see anything. Just darkness and the room reflected in the glass. And then I see someone standing behind me. I spin round, ready to lash out, but it is only Rebecca. She gets scared and tells me to leave. She means it. So I go into the hall and take all the money. She is got in her bag. And he falls silent, breathing more heavily, and the energy in the room changes, slowly becomes more dangerous. Rocky, I want you to stay with Rebecca. Erik says, it is the same evening. You are at home with her and I have gone to the zone. Rocky interrupts in a slurred voice. Later that evening. You mean? I ignore the strippers on the main stage. He whispers, I ignore the dealers because what I am looking for. Do you go back to Rebecca's? No, we sit in the disabled toilet so we can be alone. Who are you talking about? My girlfriend, the woman I love, Tina. Oh, she gives me a blow job without a condom. She doesn't care. She is in a hurry now. She is sweating all over. Erik wonders if he ought to bring the patient out of hypnosis. He can feel Rocky moving too quickly through his memories and no longer knows if it is possible to keep him at the right level. Tina comes over the basin and looks at me in the mirror with fear in her eyes. I know she is in a bad way, but is Tina your accomplice? Erik says, looking at Rocky's open face. For fuck's sake, they owe me 100,000. I will be getting it next week, he mutters, but right now I can only afford shitty brown shoe scrapings. Have to dissolve it in acid so I can shoot up. Rocky starts to shake his head anxiously and his breathing unevenly through his nose. There is no danger here, Erik says, as calmly as he can. You are quite safe. You can talk about everything that happens. Rocky's body relaxed again, but his face is lined and sweaty. I sit there. Let her have to spoon. I am not getting a kick anymore, but I feel great and start to nod off. And I see her use a cable as a tourniquet round her arm. The adapters wearing and getting all tangled, and she can't sort it out afterwards. I am too out of it to help her. I hear her ask for help with a sob in her voice. Rocky whimpers slightly and the atmosphere seems to contract to a single dark pinprick. What is happening now? Erik asks. The door opened. Rocky replies, some bastard has picked the lock. I shut my eyes. I have got to rest, but I know it is the preacher. The preachers found me. How do you know that? I can tell because of the filthy smell of old gear. It is withdrawal. It smells metallic, like fish guts. Rocky shakes his head again. His breathing is getting too quick, and Erik thinks he should start to bring Rocky out of his hypnosis, but hold back. What is happening? He whispers. I open my eyes and the preacher looks a fucking wreck. He says, hepatitis, probably, completely yellow eyes. The preacher snorts back some snort, then start to speak in a really high voice. Rocky is breathing swallowly, twisting on his chair and moaning in anguish between his words. The preacher goes over to Tina. She is shot up, but can't get the cable loose. Dear God in heaven, have mercy on my soul. Dear God in heaven, Rocky, I am going to start to wake up. And the preacher's holding a machete, and it sounds like when you stick a spade into mud. Rocky starts to retch. He is panting heavily now, but goes on talking. The preacher chops her arm off at the shoulder, loosens the tourniquet and drinks. Listen to my voice now, and drinks the blood from her arm, while Tina lies bleeding to death on the floor. Dear God is heaven, dear God. 3, 2, 1. Now you are above the disabled toilet. You are high above it, and nothing you can see is going to hurt you. Dear God, Rocky sobs, hanging his head. You are still in a state of deep relaxation, and you are going to tell me how much of what you have just said to me was a dream. You have taken drug and have been having nightmares. You are looking down at yourself on the toilet floor. What is really going on? I don't know, Rocky says slowly. Who is he? The preacher's face is covered in blood. Shows me a Polaroid picture of Rebecca, just like Tina the week before, and his horse's voice disappears, but his mouth keeps moving for a while until it stops. He leans his big head to one side and looks straight through Erik with empathy eyes. I didn't hear what you said. It is my fault. I should pluck out my eye, for it has offended me. It would be better to pluck my eyes out than this. Rocky tries to stand up, but Erik holds him down with a gentle hand on his shoulder and feels the big body vibrate, trembling with fear. You are in a state of deep relaxation, Erik says, as sweat trickles down his back. But before you wake up, I want you to look straight at the preacher and tell me what you see. I am lying on the floor. I can see boots. I can smell blood, and I shut my eyes. Go back a little. I can't do anymore, Rocky says. and start to come round from his hypnosis. Stay there. Just for a moment. There is no danger. You are relaxed. You are telling me about the first time you saw the unclean creature. It is in the church. He opened his eyes for a moment, then shuts them again and muttered something inaudible. Tell me about the church, Erik says. What is happening? I don't know. Rocky gasped. It is not a sermon. What can you see? He is wearing makeup over his stubble, and his arms are so fucking riddled with holes that Rocky tries to stand up, but his chair falls over and he collapses and hits the back of his head on the floor.